Hello, beautiful peasants, and welcome in. Hope you're having a fantastic Monday, and if not, this should make it a bit better. We have so many cool things planned this week, so let's get through the intro here and get right to it. All right, first off, hello, my name is Mia. I make 3D printable models for a living, and all of this is designed to be 3D printed and for tabletop games. I do a quick sound check here. Very good. Alrighty. If you're interested in trying these out, I share a free one on my Patreon every single day. So if you check out our Discord here or go to my Patreon, it's all linked in the description. I have some cool stuff. Today we're sharing a gazebo. Again, this is totally for free. Just check in every day. It's something brand new. All right, I think that's the other. I stream Monday through Friday starting around noon Eastern time, sometimes early as 11, late as 1. Really just depends. Today's 1. And here's the really exciting thing of this week. This is our very first M3DM summer art fest. So think like Inktober or Sculptober, but a lot more chill. You don't have to make something every single day, and it doesn't have to be inked or drawn or whatever. It can be something that you write. It can be music. It can be something you knit. It's really just about creating. Most of us in the community are 3D artists. You'll probably see a lot of 3D art, but I'll be sharing a new weekly prompt every single week, starting on Monday. And then I'll replace that weekly prompt the following Monday and then review all the cool things that we created as a community. Wherever you want to share these, I recommend sharing it here in M3DM Summer Art Fest. This is right under project references. This is going to be pinned, so you can just grab it there anytime. Alrighty, it looks like I have been DM'd the prompts from Eloa, who is hosting this event. Eloa is our fantastic mod and tavern knight. Another one that put all of this together. So huge thank you to Eloa for that. Let me pull this over here in case there's super secret stuff I need to look at first. Oh, very cool. All right. There's a bit of a randomness to this. How fun. Okay, awesome. So I'm going to spin this 3 times, and that's going to be the 3 prompts. You can mix and match these however you want, and then your project can be as big or as small as you want. I just really encourage you to make something, you know? If you want to make it a whole full-blown week-long project, that's great. But if you want to just scribble a doodle, that also works. Oh my gosh, this is so cute. Check this out. Everyone appreciate Eloa in the chat right now because this is just the coolest thing. Oh, I love this. This definitely deserves a confetti moment as well. Where's my confetti? There it is. All right, well, let's get started. Move my chat over here. It's spin the wheel time. All right, click to spin. Here we go. The very first prompt is going to be forgotten, which this can actually have a super spook. This is so cute. Oh my goodness. This can have a spooky interpretation, or it can be a bit more sweet and whimsical, like a forgotten toy, or just straight up scary, spectral, forgotten. I'm excited to see you guys come up with this. All right. That's our first word, forgotten. I'm going to write that down so I don't forget. Not that I ever forget anything. I know Eloa already has it written down. I'm writing it down anyway. All right. And again, we're going to spin this 3 times. And that's, you can combine all these prompts or just choose one. Here's our second prompt. Again, this is the beginning of our summer art fest. We're getting our prompts for this right now. Ooh, masked. Okay. This could be a really good, like, hard surface moment, you know, modeling. Or you can do an organic one too. Forgotten and masked do go together very well. Again, you can pick as many or as few prompts as you want. All right, and now one more time. This is so cute. Thank you, Eloa. Mechanize, another really good hard surface moment. Okay, well, I have some ideas what I'm going to create then. Mechanized. Okay. All right, so our prompts for the first week are forgotten, masked, and mechanize. You can choose just one of these prompts. You can combine 2, 3, however you want. Again, it's really open-ended. The point is just to create a little something every day. You could even make a D&D character inspired off of these prompts and submit that as your art submission. It's just about creating. That's the big thing here. Yeah, Ray says, damn, it do be a hard surface week. Yeah, these are very hard surface prompts. Unless you want like a forgotten, overgrown mansion or a plant. I mean, I don't want to spoil you guys. Have your own creative ideas, but this is amazing. Again, huge thank you to Eloa. This is awesome. I love the color scheme. I love that you put my logo in the middle. You're awesome. This is awesome. This is so fun. All right. Well, those are all such fantastic prompts. All right. How do we want to start cooking on this? Okay. So any art that you create for this, and you can create multiple submissions too. You don't have to just do one. Here are the official rules. You can use as little or as many of the prompts as you want. Feel free to merge them to one. You have 1 week to take one or more of the prompts to create something, no matter how big, how small, or what medium. You can also team up with fellow peasants, you know, flip a coin, decide what prompt you picked, or go fully solo on a project, and then upload whatever your art submission is into this channel by Sunday evening to be locked in. Because we might have some special treats for you guys if you participate or whatnot. And then I'm going to create my own submission during happy hour throughout the week. And there'll be a fun little like sculpt along. So if you really just have no idea what you want to create, but you want to create something, you can try to follow along with me during happy hour as I create something. So yeah, awesome. Thank you. I'm going to pin this. Yeah, forgotten, mask, and mechanize are our first week of prompts. Amazing. I love it. Yeah, it's a very good color theme. Awesome. Amazing, amazing. For now, I'm going to hang out right here in the M3DM Livestream Hub. This is for this week, so it's June 16th to the 20th. But any art that I create, I'll be posting in the Summer Art Fest, of course. Awesome. Well, what a fun little kickoff. And I'll be reviewing that throughout the week, so don't worry if it's not fully clicking for you or you need a review. I'll explain it as we go as well. Awesome. And then David just loves the wheel so much. Like, wait, can I use that wheel to make model ideas myself? Yeah, Eloa's like, wait, outside the Art Fest, you just want the wheel? David says yes. Well, good. I'm glad the wheel is a hit. It is very, very cool. Well, awesome. All right, we can get the confetti out of the way here for a moment. And then back to just like our general opening festivities. Well, I hope you guys had a great weekend. Mine was super restful. I'm kind of gearing up for, this is a pretty big week. We're kicking off this Art Fest. And then on Friday, I have my Master Smith collection on Kickstarter launching, which is very exciting. We'll have a special live stream for that on Friday at 1 p.m. Eastern time. And lots of little surprises and goodies planned for that one. If you haven't followed the project already, that's pinned on the top of the chat where there's a little fire. It says Final Countdown. I'd really appreciate if you guys follow the project. It's free. And it's gonna be bitchin'. It's pretty cool. Alrighty. Sater says, quoting me, "Hi, Sater." I said this earlier, if you want to try to follow along with me during happy hour, is like saying, I'm going to drive to the store real quick. If you want to try to keep pace on foot, I'll meet you there. Well, maybe I'll like do two versions. I've been doing this for a long time, so trying to sculpt along with me maybe isn't the most reasonable, but you can always just like pause or review. I don't know, you know what I mean, Satyr. Hey, Lux. Hello, I'm lurking. Lurk away. Ray agrees. She does forget she sculpts at ungodly speed. Yeah. Why not godly? Why does it have to be ungodly? I love it. And then Eloa said, by the way, Mia, I don't know why, but none of the peasants got added in this chat when you first added them. I mean, it shouldn't be like a private live stream channel. You should be able to see it regardless. Unless I'm clueless on how these actually work. Hard to say. But I will review that for sure. If you guys are having trouble seeing any of the reference threads in Discord, let me know and I'll figure that out. Because I don't think you have to add anyone. It should all be public. But what do I know? I feel like Discord has lots of little tricks and whatnot. And Ray says, Mia, because there's nothing holy about you, ma'am. You know, that's fair. I'm not going to argue that. Well, awesome. I see a lot of people just rolled in right now too. So, hey, welcome everyone. This is just the warm-up of the stream right now. And we're actually doing our first like summer art fest, which is really exciting. So in our Discord, we have weekly prompts. And if you want to just merge all the prompts together or just pick one, you're welcome to create some sort of art and share that in our Discord. I'll highlight all the submissions every week. Again, the prompts for this week are forgotten, masked, and mechanized. So during happy hour, maybe today, some point during this week, maybe multiple days this week, I'll make some art inspired by those. I'm already thinking of some ideas. Just reading the chat, you guys are silly. Amazing. Satyr says, because even the gods themselves are like, damn it, woman, slow down. We're trying to follow along. You haven't seen me at my true power. Insert cheesy anime line here. Okay. What's actually going on this week? Oh, interesting. Eloa said, Mia, by the way, Mia, on the wheel, if you roll the same prompt twice, you actually create the inverse of the word as its own prompt. That's very good to know and very cool. Excellent. Oh, also, since we're talking about Eloa and they put on this fantastic event for us, please check out, under self-promo, Eloa is now available to be commissioned. You've seen some of their work before. They now have a Ko-Fi. And even if you don't want to commission them, you can just throw money at them now. I highly recommend it. They're one of my students, so I'm very biased, but they're also just fantastic and they make great stuff. So if you want a custom model from Eloa, that's now possible and very, very, very fairly priced. £27 or euros. I can't tell the difference. I think that's pounds. Money. 27 units of money. That's a really good deal. And highly recommend you guys check this out. I'm going to link this in the chat as well. Just go check it out because they're awesome. And now available for purchase. I think that takes care of all of our warm-up stuff and like general housekeeping. I like it. Satyr said, and by mod, I mean, I just made myself a nuisance until Mia was like, all right, this dude never leaves. Might as well put him to work. That went into the consideration for picking you as a mod, yes. To this day, she can't tell apart euros from euros, pounds from euros. See? You're right. It's one of those things where I just cannot, there's just certain things my brain is just like, not important. And I'm like, no, you should remember that. And it's like, no. I'm like, please remember that. That was a huge problem for me in college. I could like feel myself not care about something. And I'm like, no, please, you need to care about this. Nope, it's gone. I'm like, okay. Oh, well. It's because when it's small, pounds and euros look really similar. It just looks like a little backwards E to me because I have my YouTube chat super small and I can't read. So there's that too. Sater said neither can I. It's an American thing. That too. Okay. I think we're all set here. I'm gonna jump into our live stream hub. If you guys can't see this, let me know. There's a little rainbow. It says M3DM live stream hub. But that's only important when we start sharing references and memes and whatnot anyway. Oh, last little update about me. This weekend was the second session of the new D&D campaign I've joined, which is like Eldritch Horror. It has been so much fun. It's D&D 5e. It's like the bones of it, but it's including a lot of Eldritch Horror, and it's pretty much like a Monster Hunter game, but D&D. It's super awesome. I'm playing as a Tamer class, which again is not traditional D&D 5e. So far I've collected 3 little dudes, and it's been great. It's been so nice playing, having a campaign every weekend to enjoy, and it definitely helps that our DM is fantastic. So shout out to Gwen if you're watching. You're the best. All right, well, I'm going to jump right from our doors open into Tavern Keeper's Craft because I feel warmed up. I've talked to you guys. Let's make some art. Alrighty. So for today, we have 3 different options. So I'm kind of curious what you guys would be most interested in. I can actually make that a poll because I'm feeling pretty open on what I work on today. So I might as well put it in the peasant's hands. All of these will get sculpted at some point, so don't worry if your option doesn't get picked. They're all going to get sculpted. It just depends what we're working on today. What to sculpt today? I'm making that poll right now. All right. I'm not going to elaborate on these notes. You can just, this is just my shorthand notes. I have Goth Wizard, Hellhound, and Fairy Godmother. And I will not elaborate on the twist for each one of them because they all have their own little twists and stuff. So far says, Mia, I found out you can play D&D with ChatGPT. It made my lunch break much more fun for a half hour. Oh, how fun. Yeah, no, I definitely use ChatGPT to help me with like the roleplay elements because I can be kind of shy when it comes to certain characters. So I like describe my character and I'm like, how would she say this? And it really helped me kind of like develop how she talks and her tone and stuff. Because my first time playing a construct and I'm trying to play like a pretty classic, like more monotone mannequin. And that was tricky for me at first. All right, Goth Wizard is in the lead so far. Love it. Oh my god. Vote in the poll now. What was Mia's nickname in college? Goth Wizard, Hellhound, or Fairy Godmother? The fact that all 3 of those fit, I don't know how to feel about that. Eloa, you know too much. To be clear, Eloa and I did not know each other when I was in college. This is just a very funny little, yeah. That was 2 on the nose. Sater says, yes, my character personality should come out easy, but I found the same thing for my auto gnome blade singer. Yeah, it's tricky, and like, again, you don't have to be like super literal with like a construct, but I picked her subrace as custodian. She was part of like this, she helped manage this beautiful mansion, and then when the last, like the matriarch of the house like passed away, she just kind of like stayed there because she had no purpose. So she's very like dry. And I'm a bit colorful and expressive in case you haven't noticed. So it was a trickier character for me to learn how to roleplay, but it's come across, it's come together quite nicely. All right, a couple more minutes on this. I see 11 people have voted, which is more than half of the viewers. Fantastic. I want everyone to be included though, so I'll leave this up for another minute. Currently, Goth Wizard is in the lead. I like it. Also, last week was so exciting with having like lots of artists I admired join the chat. I definitely talked to my dad about it during Father's Day for like an hour. He was like, "Who are these people?" And I'm just like, "They're amazing. Here, this, and this." It was a total nerd out moment. It was great. It was a good weekend. It was a very good weekend. All right, I think we got all the votes that we're going to get. I'll give another 60 seconds or so. Again, if you're like, wait, where do I vote? What's happening? Go here. It's at the very top of the YouTube chat. What to sculpt today? There are 3 options. And again, all of these are going to be sculpted. We're just picking what's today. So these are requests from my Patreon, and that's how this whole thing works. I seriously get paid to sculpt people's D&D characters. Yeah, I know. It's the best job I could possibly ask for. I've been doing this for 6 years, making 3D printable models, but I wasn't a D&D request bot until about a year ago. And it's my favorite thing ever. So yeah. Also, a note to all of my patrons are support me on Patreon. 1, thank you. You're the best. You make this possible. And 2, you can also request scatter terrain pieces. Like if you want like a really cool tree, I also do that. Just a reminder. Oh, Satyr, I love that like statement and query option. I like that. I might adopt some of that for my mannequin. As of now, she's very formal and refers to everyone as like Lord and Lady and Sir, and that's been very fun. Especially because the familiars I have are just like the goofiest little dudes. I have a dire bunny named Sir Bucklefang. That's been fun. All right, awesome. I'm going to go ahead and close the poll. Thank you guys so much for voting. Now let's show you the actual full request here with all of the details. Surprise, it's a pirate. It is a goth wizard, but it's also a pirate. Again, this is just like my shorthand names until I actually sculpt the character. All right, this request is from my patron, Sean Mallow. Thank you so much. I always want to say scene, but that's not a name. Okay. Sean says, I got another goofy pirate idea. We're looking for an emo female deck wizard for our campaign. Hence, goth wizard. I'll let you use your imagination, but think Pirates of the Caribbean style, but like mid-2000s long straight black hair, partially covering her face, and maybe some piercings. I love it. I'm gonna go ahead and put that in the chat over here. And you guys are welcome to add your own references to this. I'm gonna go ahead and gather my own as well. I have one reference that I had pre-generated, and I love it. These are the vibes we're going for. Amazing. Really dark. Well, we're gonna brighten this up for sure. All right, again, the hair I'm pretty much gonna copy exactly. Same with like the neutral expression, huge fan. And then lots of belts, lots of goodness. And then Micah's here, hello. I voted Goth Wizard. That's funny because I think you are the Fairy Godmother request. Even though I requested the Confectionery Fairy Godmother, I just don't see a lot of Goth Wizards that haven't gone full lich. Yeah, this is like a pirate flavor. All right. If you guys want to help gather, oh, perfect. Paint, that's a great reference. And also from Pirates of the Caribbean, so double points for that. All right, one of my favorite places to gather references from is Pinterest. Alrighty, this is my Pinterest board. This is just normal belts, just to be clear. Okay, home feed. Showing you guys my Pinterest feed might tell you too much, but it's okay. All right, again, so we're looking for, I'm gonna type in goth wizard, because that's what I really want to emphasize, and we'll see what it gets us. Again, the pirate part will be there, but more of a sub thing. I think a lot of these look piratey quite naturally. Oh, it's another great reference. If you have any references you want to share, please share them in the M3DM livestream hub. There's a rainbow. It's easy to find. If you're not already in the Discord, come check it out. Hey, Ian's back. Hello, hello. Goth Wizard, let's go. Yeah, it's gonna be fun. I'm excited. Alrighty. These are almost a little too wizardy. I like the suit idea. Let's throw a pirate in here too and just see what Pinterest does with this. It actually did quite a good job. Okay, this is just piled in stuff, but I kind of like it. I especially like the candle aspect, but that's getting more cultist than it is pirate. So for stuff like this, you want to grab what are like the main elements that make that what it is. So again, so for goth, we're going to have piercings and then that partially covered face with like jet black straight hair, right? Same with like the way the clothing fits her and stuff. And then so pirate, we're definitely going to play with maybe a fun hat of some sort, lots of belts, maybe some gear that would imply that she's a sailor of some sort. And then for wizard, yeah, wizard, there's actually a lot of similarities between pirate and wizard. I've actually never thought of it that way before. Between the way like the clothing layers, like this reference specifically, I think does a good job kind of blending the two and still having more of like that gothic flair to it. I like it. So we're going to spend about 5 minutes here kind of grabbing references of things that I think will suit this character, and then we'll get cooking. This is very literal on the pirate. Not so much on the sailor side, but more on the more of like a captain side. I like the fit. I think it might be a little too captain-y. I want it to be more, yeah, more like this. More sailor-y. This almost looks like it was underwater a bit. Okay. All right, now we're gonna type in 2000s goth, just so we don't forget the plot point. And for this, I'm just gonna screenshot the entire screen if I find something that's, there we go. I'm like, this doesn't look hot topic enough. There we go. This kind of layering is great. A lot of times when I'm gathering references, I will just screenshot the entire board. Ooh, these are great, Ray. Ooh, it's kind of vampire-y on this one. I like it. But anyway, I like to grab just like the entire screen sometimes when searching for things, even if some are a little less accurate and more accurate. And then I kind of just play a game of like, instead of spot the difference, spot the similarity. Obviously here there's a lot of black, a lot of ruffling, and then the way things layer and tend to be very asymmetric is quintessential goth. We're missing chains here, but it's pretty good. This is definitely not how I dressed in high school every day. All right, I think I'm happy with what we have here. I'm gonna grab some of my favorites and then we'll get into the kit bashing phase. And then Micah says, the goth pirate wizard and druid of the wreck will make a good start of a crew together. Absolutely. And Micah's referring to a model they had me sculpt a couple of months ago. And yeah, they would definitely fit together. And then Paint mentions AI is okay, but be careful with it. Yeah, almost all of this is just AI slop. But we're going for vibes, not specific character features. So I'm not worried about it. Alrighty, I'm going to grab a bunch of these and then throw them into my, I have another monitor here where I put my main references. Excellent. I'm gonna grab some of my favorites here. I think this one does a pretty good job with the vibes. Love this character. This is more steampunky. Doesn't fit this request, but I still quite like it. Especially the hat. The hat is very fun. That's getting a little bit too rogue, but the way that the top does feel wizard. Since we are going to have a wizard, we're going to have a lot of gear on their hips and obviously a tome of some sort. I like this one a lot because it reminds me of Ciri from The Witcher. Not just like because she's pale with white hair. There's something in like the vibes here. I think it's the tall boots too. I actually like the vibe of all of these, especially this one. Yeah, I love that. Ray mentioned it's, yeah, Pinterest is just AI at this point. But looking for the vibes, Mia can grab what she likes. Oh, here we go. Deck wizards. We can go with like skate decks. Is that Jack Black? Yes. Or like literal card games. Love that. Hey, new sub. Thank you. Beautiful. Thank you, Sater. Alrighty. You guys are welcome to continue to put inspiration in here, and I'll probably incorporate it on the fly. But if not, we're going to start that kit bashing stage. The kit bashing stage takes about, 10 minutes or so. And in case you're wondering, like, kit bashing from what? Well, I've been doing this for quite a few years, and I have like an asset library that I've created that I can quickly grab and iterate concepts from. And then I don't just sit down and make like a bunch of shirts one day. These were all custom created for some character, and then I just made a very simplified low poly version of it that I could then kit bash from. And then Ian says, vampire goth pirate, sold, right? There's so much to love there. Really, anything vampire works for me. I feel like vampires are coming back. Ray says, Mia, go pick out some high school rip pics for reference. No, I have shared enough Mia lore in Discord before. Pirates 101. It says it isn't Jack Black, because my god, this guy up front looks like Jack Black. He does. Alright, so this is my beginning ZPR. I have a male and female base mesh, and then I have a bunch of like animal humanoids tucked away. This is a human? Question mark. Let me figure out that. That's actually very important. I need to know what the race is before I start. Emo, female, deck wizard, pirate. They did not specify, so it's a human. Okay. We will not need the male base mesh. Let me go ahead and give myself a little 10-minute timer just so I kind of keep track of what's going on here. All right, so that's going to be our starting base mesh here. I'm going to click on my scene macro, which will change my lighting and just make the scene a little more aesthetic. There we go. And that will be our starting point. All right, let's go ahead and grab things that will suit this character. One of the important things here is that straight hair. Let's pick a lighter color so I can actually see what's going on. I like this hairstyle a lot. It's an asymmetric bob, but the way that I have this constructed is like a million little pieces. I can actually adjust this to be whatever length that I want. So we'll go ahead and grab that. So I'm going to move my one piece of my subtool to another tool by clicking append, and then right here at the top it will show whatever your selected subtool is in a different tool. If that sounds like nonsense, we're just taking pieces from one area to another area. Ooh, and then Eloa found some nice headpieces. This is a little more on the tribal side, but I still love it, especially without, if I take away the feathers but still keep the skull, it is a little kind of gothic. This is gorgeous. Everything about this is gorgeous. Maybe a little more sultry than what they're going for, but I can make the decisions. All right. The kit bashing stage looks notoriously ridiculous. I like doing things this way, not only because it speeds them up, but because it just let things look dumb. Just let yourself create, especially in the beginning. Oh, Taka's here. Hello, hello. I had a ton of fun playing D&D with you last weekend. Also, I finished the Bard mannequin. She turned out incredible. I can show you that now, or you can just be surprised in about a week when she releases. Or she might release today, actually, in a couple hours. Up to you. All right, I definitely want a hat of some sort. I might go with a pirate hat. That would read the most clearly, so let's just grab one so I have it. And you'll notice that I'm really just not pressed on the way that things are fitting, because I might not even keep them. There we go. Is there anything else? I think an eye patch should be a little too much if she has her hair covering one side of her face and an eye patch on the other. I feel like that would pose problems. These are fantastic. Here we go. Wait, Bloodborne. Ooh, I love everything about this. It's really heavy on the vampire goth and not as heavy on the pirate. But let's be real, if I stick a pirate hat on this, it's going to read pirate. I might need this. I might need that. Thank you, paint. I'm adding that to my board because at the very least, the colors are just spot on. All right, any other pieces I want to grab from here? I don't think so. All right, delete all and then move on to the next section. I haven't decided what kind of clothing I want her to have. I feel like every character I've made recently has a trench coat, so I want to not give her a coat, but that's not a good reason to not give her a coat. All right, we're gonna give her a coat. Yeah, it's just kind of the way of things right now. That's fine. And everything's gonna be black. We're really keeping it simple here and on the nose. Oh, and if you have any questions for me on like how I'm creating, what's going on. Hey, new sub. Yep, I like it. Let me know. I'm an open book and I love to teach. I especially like those deceptively simple questions that are very hard for me to not like derail and go on tangents. So no question is too basic. I do like this. I actually made this for a Greek hoplite. Yeah, but it looks very tatterable. And you'll notice that all of these pieces in here are single-sided meshes. It just, less poly is less problems, I like to say. Taka says, I'll take it as a surprise. Sounds good. Also, yeah, same. It was an awesome session. It's just so nice playing D&D again. I like that, like, I feel like the first session you were kind of like sussing everyone out, and then like the last session, you were hysterical, Taka. Like, you're not a chatterbox like the rest of us, but when you do talk, oh my gosh, you're super funny. Oh wait, Sater's yelling no. What's happening? Do a petticoat with a waistcoat then. Oh yeah, I'll probably split it up. You'll see. There'll be magic. Ooh, so far says a stolen naval officer jacket. The ones with lots of buttons. This is one of my favorite things about the peasants that watch me, is that you guys never will just be like, oh, do this. There's always like a full like headcanon story you've already built behind the character. I love that. Like so far I didn't say like, oh, do like a naval officer jacket. No. A stolen naval officer jacket. The ones with lots of buttons. Like the way you guys talk, I love it. I really do. Sater says, I'm sad I don't get to play with you guys. Yeah, I'm sad that the time slot didn't work out for you. Yeah, we play on Saturdays from 4 p.m. Eastern Time to 8. All right, and I will do that waistcoat with a petticoat. It's going to be awesome. And then the lots of buttons idea is a great one too. I think this is what you were suggesting so far. Something similar to. Ian says, I've only ever played one game of D&D. We have to fix that. It was a one-shot, respectable, and it ended halfway through when one of the members was just like, I have to go, and then left. No, well, if you're looking for a group, we do have a channel called Looking for TTRPG Group, and there's tons of people in here that are down to do one-shots and, like, finish the one-shots. If you're available Saturday 4 p.m. to 8 p.m., I bet you my DM, Gwen, would be totally happy to let you, like, premiere for, like, an episode or a session, because the type of campaign we're playing does really well with, like, drop-ins. Even the way we're running it, most of our players can't make it every session. So as long as one person shows up, we still run like normal. But yes, I feel very strongly about D&D. Everyone should play. Oh my gosh, it's 10 p.m. to 2 a.m. for Taka. That's dedication. I love that. Well, maybe that's why you're quieter. You're just tired. Paint says, can we do the mimic hat again? I'm gonna have to say no, but I get you. It is awesome. All right, I like the idea of this skirt of sorts. Maybe I'll do like this witchy skirt layered up with everything just gonna be black. We're really just not gonna overcomplicate this color scheme. There we go. And then obviously some pants would be nice. Some bulkier boots would look good. We're gonna go with these more complicated boots here, and then I'm going to, this little piece right here transforms the boot. You'll see, it's magical. Like, why would you keep that in your asset library? You'll see. I'm actually gonna go with this one. I love me a good high-heeled boot. All right, we have 1 minute left on our kit bashing goodness, and then we're gonna start refining this concept. I forgot to give her pants. Okay, I will do that in just a second. Oh, I had someone ask me recently, like, oh, where'd you get all of these assets? I don't specify this enough. Me, I made these. These are not for sale. Though there are great asset packs you can find online, I'm sure. All right, here we go. See, I keep this little piece because I can throw it on top and bam, that boot is now transformed. Looks totally different and very cool. All right, and then for like leggings, I don't append anything that's like skin tight. I just create from scratch. It's just faster that way. All right, we are set. I do want a lot of belts and nonsense. I just find it usually looks better if I take the time to make them myself. I don't have a very good like belt asset library. Maybe I'll change that. Let's go ahead and create these leggings really quick. I'm gonna go to my lowest subdiv, and then I'm not gonna turn off poly paint so YouTube doesn't have a tantrum. All right, I'm gonna hold mask pen. Yes. Hold control. That will activate your masking brush. And then go to extract. I always have extract at 0 thickness. Less polys, less problems. And I zero mesh by half because the topology is a bit gnarly by default. If you hold down Command with the 3D Gizmo open, you can just inflate these a touch, and there you go. You got leggings. Poly paint, please. Okay, that is after 10 minutes of kit bashing. This is where the shaping comes in. Paint says, Mia, look at references. Oh, of course. Ooh. For a hat, you could make it like this, but more witchy and with more bells and whistles. I do like me some bells and whistles. I do like this idea. It does fit with the stolen jacket idea. It is a little more World War II, goodness, era. But I can make it look more like a sailor hat. This is really cute. Oh, I love this. If I had this, I'd wear it every day. And then Taka mentions, yeah, it's a mixture of being tired, introverted, and not being super confident in my English. You know, Taka, that really surprises me because, I mean, I can tell you have an accent. I mean, we all have an accent. But, like, your English is very clear. And, like, grammatically, I have not heard any problems. Like, I don't think you conjugated a single word incorrectly. So, I don't know if that helps. But, like, your English is great. Like, don't worry about that at all. Hey, Rudy's here. Hello, hello. Yes, happy Summerfest / Leif Erikson's Day. And then Ian says, nice, that'd be fun. I'd be down at some point for sure. Awesome. Awesome. So far says, there's a manor house near me that's linked to Sir Henry Morgan, aka Captain Morgan, and Black Bart was also Welsh. Wales had a lot of pirates. That checks out. Yeah, the fact that I don't have like a normal, like office job where I have to go in and look a certain way, it's unfortunate I dress so normal on stream. You guys will know when I like make it big because I'm going to wear ridiculous costumes every day. It's going to be great. And again, it doesn't have to, it's just, I have like real things I have to spend money on right now, like a house down payment. But once that's taken care of, pirate costumes. Okay. let's get this looking nicer. We're going to replace this little screenshot here by holding Command N. That will scrub that. And then replacing it with Shift S. S for stamp or screenshot. Again, that is Shift S, and it will stamp whatever your model is on your screen. All right, this is not looking very inspiring, but that's where the art happens. Insert art. I am gonna go ahead and put a base on this model because it kind of helps put me in, like put her in a world, and then anyone that kind of jumps in, because like, oh, that looks like a D&D base. I'm like, you're right. That's what we do here. I don't think I have a base right now that looks watery. Let me type in coral and let's see if anything pops up. Coral has an R in it. I have an entire coral reef STL, but I don't have a base. Maybe we're gonna make a base really quick here. I'm gonna import this coral reef. Yeah, I don't do it as often on stream, but I do create other pieces that are not characters or creatures. I actually do a lot of scatter terrain pieces. People just don't request them, even though they're like so much fun. So like here's a coral reef I made, and this prints with no supports. This is a bit much to have on a base, but I can make it happen. Because she wouldn't actually be underwater. What if I have like a wooden plank base? I know that I do. Damaged wood planks. Oh, it's under my pirate collection. There you go. Oh, someone new in the chat. Sally Reborn. Sally Reborn. I'm gonna call you Bryn. That makes my life easier. Bryn says, I absolutely love your tree models. Oh, hey, you know my stuff. Do you have any tutorials or resources on how to model stuff like that? The leaves especially are something I'm struggling. Yeah, so the way that I approach leaves of 3D printable, I make a ball, just like a normal mesh ball. And then I like cover that with leaves. So everything inside is solid. You can use a nano mesh to achieve that really effectively in ZBrush. Fantastic question. Also, welcome to the chat. You're officially a tavern peasant. Soapfire says, she could be on a ship deck with barnacles and seaweed. Oh my goodness. Where were you when we did the request, the Druid of the Wreck request? Because that would be perfect. Brynworks. I'm glad. I'm gonna pick the middle of your name. Taka says the model just released. It looks awesome. Okay, I'm sorry we're kind of jumping all over the place here, but it is Monday, which means it's M3DM Model Monday. So on Patreon, the models, Mia models, have been released. And here is what we released today. Again, these are all 3D printable and available on Patreon. And what's really cool is one of the requesters is in the chat right now. That is Taka. All right, so here they are all 3D printed. These are all this tall. So that picture, they're this big. They don't have to be that big. You can scale them up, but this is for a tabletop, so they are tiny. All right, here is a render that is the plague monster we made. Yeah, he's a cutie. He actually almost looks better 3D printed than rendered. I love to see that. And then here's that dark elf, that like abolitionist that we made. That was a tricky one. That printed fantastic. I'm glad the teeth turned out good too. Same with all the chains on his back. And then here is Taka's request. Is that my hair? That fuzz? Rip. Okay. Taka's request is so cool. It was a mannequin. So she's actually a bard. I called her a warlock, I think, instead because it just fit the design a little better with the mimic hat. And then there is a spider that is on her back. I'm so happy with this model though. She just looks really cool and creepy. This is my favorite pose with the holding the lantern. Check that out. And so see all these like tiny filigree details on this lantern? You guys are fantastic, but you know, I get the people that are like, would that even print? And I'm like, yes, it will print. Kindly. See these tiny, teeny little details. And look, they printed crispy clear. So don't let your 3D printer limit how you sculpt. They're getting better every single day. Just sculpt the cool thing. Just do it. Because this model is this big. I'm not like totally like it's crazy. So yes, don't let your dreams be dreams. But yeah, that is this week's release. I'm very, very proud of it. Thank you so much, Taco, for that fantastic request. And of course, to the other 2 requesters here as well. I have forgotten their names at this exact moment. Awesome. And then I'm sure my husband's watching. Thank you, Ricky, for getting that release. They look amazing. All right, let's get you scoot over to where you belong. Over there. So yeah, that's what the finished product looks like. If you are new here, I mean, a lot of you guys are familiar with my work, but if you are brand new and you're like, wow, this Kit Bash model looks like something, there's a light at the end of the tunnel. It does look really cool. In about 2 hours, it's gonna look awesome. No sooner, no less. Yep, there's Ricky. Awesome. And I'm so glad that you liked your request, Taka. When I first read it, I was kind of worried. I'm like, can I do this justice? Because kind of like, I don't know. It's one of those requests. It's like deceptively simple, but she turned out so cool with so much character. I might make that my next D&D character. Amazing. Very cool. All right, and we're back. Back to our goth wizard pirate. The combo you never knew you needed. Oh, this whole thing is not 2 pieces. It's 1 piece. That's okay. We're just gonna make the whole thing a reddish brown instead of a greenish brown because that's the better color. And then just to make this look a little nicer, I'm gonna change it to drag rectangle, enable backface mask, make this shade a touch darker. And when you paint with backface mask enabled, you pretty much get like an ambient occlusion effect, like a cheap way. See? Before, after. It just looks so much nicer. And it's just poly paint. There we go. I do wish this was still a little more red. Too red. Nope. All right. We're gonna leave it alone. Let's fix the rest of this. All right, so I'm gonna work on this just from the top down. We're gonna hide her hat and we're gonna work on her hair and her face right now because she just looks so expressionless and vague. Hey, Yoni's here. Hello, welcome in. And Rudy says, goths, wizards, hell yeah. After all, goth girl summer is approaching. I love that. All right. Let's get this fit onto her face nicely. Again, the way it is now looks a little more, not sci-fi, like cyberpunk. Think like Violet from The Incredibles. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and hide her hair entirely and we're gonna work on her face because it's just a bit boring. We're gonna go with like really arched eyebrows, pencil thin. We gotta honor the early 2000 goths. And then I'm gonna make these lashes look more like eyeliner and much thicker. Gonna narrow her face a touch. My base meshes are quite muscular by default because I find it much easier to thin them out than bulk them up. And that's just a personal preference. I could also just have lots of different base meshes to work from, but I don't. I use this one. This wasn't sculpted completely from scratch. I iterated from ZBuilder, which is, I'm not sure how to say his name. It's just called ZBuilder. If you Google ZBuilder, you will find it. About ZBuilder. Here we go. That's why I didn't say his name. Svestormir? Svestormir. Yes. Good stuff. I'm gonna give her a sharper jawline here. And give her a narrow, straight nose. And then a higher cheekbone, almost kind of Elven-esque. Just like more severe features. Her face is also a touch wide. I think I have perspective turned off, so no, it's on. She just looks a little perspectiveless right now. That's okay. So when you're sculpting with perspective, all that means is that, like in real life, when something is closer to you, it looks bigger, than when it's farther away, it looks smaller. That's all it means. So when I turn off perspective, regardless of distance, it looks the same size. That's not how we see things, so I tend to sculpt with perspective turned on. I don't have perspective turned on when I am doing anything hard surface. And then also, I just tend to toggle it on and off throughout. It's kind of like flipping your canvas almost. Bryn says, need to drop for a meeting. Good luck. Thanks for stopping by. Eloa says, when is Goth Girl Ricky coming to the stream? I don't know. He would have to answer that. All right, I'm going to go ahead and change her makeup. Instead of going just straight up black, we're going to go with more of a richer purple. I really urge you not to paint with pure whites and pure blacks. Literally ever. Okay? I'm just going to make that like an easy blanket rule. If you know what you're doing, continue. But if, you don't super know what you're doing, just do not use pure blacks and pure whites. All right, we are going to black eye-ify her. Really going for more of a smoky eye. There we go. We'll go with a lighter color on the inside. It's actually the same way that I do my eyeshadow. None of this actually matters. It's just a fun thing for me. When you 3D print it, it's just the same color. All right, I'm gonna change drag rectangle to dots, which just changes my brush mode here. So now I can kind of just like paint like normal. I'm waiting for Seder to explain what goths actually look like. I'm gonna like listen. I'm happy with this. I got many options. Let's go with a darker look here as well. And yeah, Ian agrees, 100% agree, never true black or true white. The only exception to that rule that I've seen like repeatedly done well is oil painters. I've watched oil painters work and they will use pure white and pure black, but very, very sparingly. And again, skilled oil painters, witchcraft. Like I'm like, oh, I know of color theory. And then like oil painters are color theory. It's just incredible to watch them work. All right, I'm going a little heavy-handed on this makeup here because it's just bringing me joy. And then I'm going to give her more of a thin lip and go with Move Topological to achieve that. So that way I can adjust her upper lip and her bottom lip separate from each other. Gonna narrow her chin. Again, we're kind of going for a almost elvish appearance by the time I'm done here. All right, also with Damn Standard, I'm gonna use this just to exaggerate her eye socket and stuff. This actually isn't a goth thing, though it's going to suit her quite well. This is a 3D printing thing. I want her eyes to be... Have you guys seen Arcane and the way that, like that painterly way that they block out forms? I kind of mimic that in my 3D sculpting because it 3D prints really well. So you're gonna see me exaggerate wherever there's a plane change. So I'm like building up the ridge of her nose and then by contrast, like digging in like the transition between like her lip and her chin, like right here. They're little differences, but they're really gonna give like paint something to grab onto once it's 3D printed. So I'm also gonna exaggerate that vermilion border, which is just like where your lips start to show color. That's the vermilion border. And I like to be very careful with the nasolabial folds because if you like really carve them in, it's just not very flattering. You'll notice that whenever I'm doing changes on the face, I lower the resolution of the mesh. Again, less poly is less problems. Use my standard brush to build up her cheekbones a little bit. I don't want this to get away from me though. And I'm giving her a pretty sharp jawline, but just make sure that you don't like suck in the jawline like this. Like there's always a taper. See like how like this part of my neck, it connects all the way up to like the middle here. It's not, I can't even push it in without choking myself. Like, there's a transition. This. Don't get rid of that, ever. All right, went pretty heavy-handed with the makeup here. That is fine. All right, let's go ahead and show her hair again. There we go. That's probably why I went so heavy-handed, so it would still stand out. And then as far as piercings, a lot of it's not going to be very visible, so I probably won't do any piercings. And Ian says, interesting, I will use true pure black to paint the pupil of the eye. Yes, but it's because it gives that infinite depth look. That's about it. That makes sense. I've seen them use oil painters use up pure white to do the highlight of the eye by contrast. So, same, but different. That's great. Very true. And then paint put in all caps, oil painters will not use 100% pure white or black though, like ivory black, or make it shades. Oh yeah, like it's not Vanta black, Lord. Paint, I'm gonna send you some resources after this, because no, they do. But if you want me to be like technical about like, again, Vanta black, if you haven't looked it up, Vanta black is really cool. Essentially, it just looks like a black hole. It reflects, well, nothing. It's very jarring. It looks very dimensionless. It's pretty cool. All right, there's something about her face that I'm not finding as appealing as I want. What do I want? I'm not sure. I think I want more of like a sneer almost. And I think it's, there we go, the distance between your nose and your lip. I have an exceptionally long nose, so this gap right here, or distance between the top of your lip and the bottom of your nose, can vary. But usually it's like, it's a finger. It's about a finger. So I've seen some people, it can be up to 2 fingers, but that's just kind of like my general reference point. Yeah, I'm gonna give her like a gentle sneer, even though like pretty much every goth I've met is like the nicest person. They don't always look the most approachable though. I like that she looks kind of bored. I'm gonna lower her brow a touch so I don't have to like push her hairline so far back to make it visible. And then I'm gonna use Move Topological to grab individual strands of hair and kind of just rough up this line to look a little more organic. Again, each of these are individual strands, so I have a lot of control over this hairstyle. All right, they did specify straight hair, so I'm not going to add too much wave here, but I do want to have a bit of a flow to it. I like it. All right, that already looks so much more interesting than this like default nothingness face that I had, so I'm pretty happy with this. These muscles are way too exaggerated, so let's kind of calm those down a little bit. I'm actually using my move brush and just tuck those in. Excellent. And now let's figure out what I'm gonna do with this hat. I kind of like it as is. I might add some decorations here, or maybe even some lace to kind of give it that gothic look. I'm actually not gonna use Mirror and Weld. Never mind. I might have it a little crooked on her head, just a touch. And then I'm just taking my time to shape it because hats, similar to shoes, their construction is very sensitive, and if you don't get it quite right, it does look very silly. So don't rush shoes or hats. They're kind of like faces to where they're more sensitive to things as you want. Shirts, pants, shorts, I find you can kind of just go nuts with, but if their shoes and their hats don't fit, you can really tell. All right, that already looks much more interesting. I love it. Let's get rid of this ridiculous shirt problem we have going on. But first, I'm actually going to separate some pieces here. I like having these sleeves as their own objects. It just makes them easier to rig as well. There's Mirror and Weld. And I rig stuff in Character Creator 4, so again, it's different depending what program you're using. We're gonna make this waistcoat a separate piece. And then this we can just put on Mirror and Weld. We have this really ugly center seam, so I'm just gonna smooth that out. And then make sure my min connected points is turned to 1, so I can actually smooth the single-sided polys. All right, this looks pretty good. We'll also do a Mirror and Weld. We're gonna lose that nice little folded seam there, but that's okay. I can reconstruct that later or kind of make an illusion of it. All right, we have fixed the weird boob problem. And then I just like the way these layers look. They're kind of rough right now, but I think I can make something cool with this. We're gonna hide this trench coat just for now, and we'll kind of see how I put all this together. I too am curious how this is all going to work out. I know that it will because I've done it so many times, but it is a different journey each time for sure. I like to run transparency when I'm fitting clothing just to make sure that, you know, it complements the body. Just remember, especially if you're a new artist, the body always wins. So for example, if I have, let's put that away. If I have like the shirt is doing this, for example, and it's like cutting through her shoulder blades, you move the shirt. You do not move the body out of the way. I know it seems obvious, but when you're new, it's really easy to make mistakes like that. I sure did. Oh my goodness. Under all my clothes on these models would be like the most deformed body you've ever seen. And then I'd go to rig it and be like, why is it so broken? Ah, that's right. I did that. I'm gonna delete the cuff on these and instead gonna go with kind of like a longer, you know, more wizardy like sleeve. Ooh, what if I did more like a classic poof around the shoulder? Like I don't want to get to like a princess poof, but a little bit. Pirate poof. To do this well, I need to be a little more careful here. I'm going to mask the edge right here and here. And so now when I inflate, I'm not going to destroy the edge of this. And I might not even keep this honestly, but I tend to not tell myself no when I am in this block out stage. Like if I think something might look cool, I just do it. Because even though I have created a lot of models, I'm still so like early in my whole like art career. Like I'm in my 20s still, you know? So I don't have like, I have not tried even like a tenth of all the different style choices that I want to try. All right, let's bring up the live stream hub. I'm sure you have more cool references. Oh, absolutely. Models giving these vibes. Excellent. I definitely was thinking of Violet from The Incredibles. Very cool. Ooh, I love all the ruffles with this. Very pirate winchy. I like it. I like it a lot. I'm gonna go ahead and mask the ends of her hair and kind of just move them over a touch so they're not getting lost in her clothes. Excellent. Taka says, oh, also Mia, tomorrow is my last exam, so I'll probably finally have time to spend. So I'll subscribe to your mentorship program either today or tomorrow. You know, I was thinking I don't have enough Taka in my life. Beautiful. I love it. Also, if you want to sculpt things even half as cool as the request that you made, that mannequin construct, that's my favorite thing to do as a teacher, is to teach you guys how to, you know, bring your own characters and ideas to life. So, that'd be so exciting. I would love that. Ian says, goths are just misunderstood teddy bears with lots of love to give. Can confirm. As in, I mean, I was never like full goth, but like, yeah, can confirm. Oh my gosh. Hey, Maniac's here. Welcome back. Amazing. And Dragon. Hello, hello. Speaking of Dragon, we finally have the art festival going. I say finally because you were the first person that put that idea on our radar, and now it's in full swing. Eloa has made that a thing. So if you haven't checked that out, that's under M3DM Summer Art Fest. We have prompts every single week, and this week it is Forgotten, Masked, and Mechanized. You can choose one prompt. You can choose all the prompts. You have to pick at least one. And then just create something. You can draw, knit, paint, I don't care. Just do something, and then you can share it in this thread. So yeah, thank you, Dragon, because you planted that initial seed. Maniac says, Morgan from Dragon Age is the best goth wizard. I love to hear it. I am absolutely obsessed with Dragon Age. I love that you say that. Yes. I already liked you, but good peasant. Yes. All right, and we are continuing. Let's see, the polys here are getting pretty mangled. So I'm gonna go ahead and ZBrush at half. Looks like we have this really funny centerline bit of topology. So I'm just gonna delete that because we don't need it. You are just here to help me concept, not to be nice. ZBrush by half to get some nicer spread of polys. It'd be better if these were single-sided, but they're not. That's fine. I'm gonna tuck these in and then have her shirt sit on top. We're gonna go with a more dramatic like V shape because that's gonna be a shape that I repeat throughout this costume. It's just like triangles, sharp edges. I don't have any asymmetrical elements yet because we're still kind of early in that block out stage. I don't know what I want with these sleeves right now. So we're gonna just leave them alone for right now. Alrighty, inflate. And then moving right along. So I'm getting each piece just better than it was. Again, this is where we started after a kit bash, and here we are now. Looking much nicer. Also a reminder, if you want like that snatch, dramatic hourglass waistline shape, you can do that in a way that's not just ridiculous. You just broaden their hips and their shoulders, and you get that same effect without just the leading organs. And don't be wrong, I love a dramatic corset look as much as the next person. But I get tired of seeing the same impossible shape over and over again. All right, let's fix these shoes because her feet are like falling out of them. To do this, I'm going to lower the subdiv, turn off perspective, and we're going to gently pose her feet. Nothing crazy, just something that I'm like, okay, what would this roughly look like if they were in heels? Roughly. That's a pretty dramatic heel right there. Again, your foot kind of bends in like 3 sections. I just like the heel, the arch, and then this like little toe section. And that's kind of why I masked it that way. And now, so when I put these boots on, I can kind of use that as a rough guide to make sure that the height is correct. Let's go ahead and merge these down to that little top thing. There we go. And I'll turn on transparency and kind of lower this down. Where did I merge this down to? Ah, I see. And lower. Again, it's not like a perfect fit, but it's pretty darn close. And the reason why I still pose the feet is because I don't have a lot of practice with doing shoes and feet like that. So again, I want to kind of keep the baseline and what that's actually from as solid as I can. These are very high heel boots. Sweet. Looking pretty good. Looking a bit pirate winchy. I'm not sure if we're getting wizard as of right now, but we got time. I'm gonna loosen up these leggings, I think. Nah, that makes the silhouette look weird. All right, I'm gonna go to a new tool and load in my items asset library so I can start grabbing bits and pieces that are gonna suit this character. Since she's a wizard, of course, books. And they mentioned something about cards too, so I'll probably pin some playing cards. Or like, I think that I designed these as tarot cards originally. Let's go with like a light purple. Ooh, or maybe even a red. We'll go with like a muted red. A little more saturated than that. There you go. It'd be kind of cool even if she had these like in her hands fanned out. That might be a potential pose that I have. But for now, I'm just going to pin them as an asset library, an asset from the asset library. Sater says, you have so many flowy sleeves. Go fitted. I love me a flowy sleeve though. Dragon says, I am currently developing questions for a court case in my Pathfinder game. Do tell. Also, Ray says, oh my god, I found a gray hair the other week. Sad times. Ray, you're fine. And then Sater mentioned, bro, I'm 38, and by my hair, you think I was 48. I am dying. Oh my goodness. Oh, beautiful. Go bald. Unlock your true potential. I agree with Eloa. Yeah, and Dragon has a great point there. The main way that Victorian silhouette was achieved, aside from cinching the corset, was puffing out your chest and then padding on the hips. Yes, this is true. Oh, and then paint redeemed hydrate. I would like a water break. Thank you. I will do that. I haven't remodeled the Poing store quite yet, but it's coming. We got so many things in the works. That's why I'm so grateful that Eloa put together this art festival for you guys, because even though it's like simple, you know, it all takes time. And I got lots of stuff cooking, so I really appreciate that they put that together. All right, time for belts. Lots of belts. I'm gonna use a curved strap snap brush for this. I'm going to click and drag and hold down shift, and that will kind of snap around the object. Sometimes a curved brush has mixed feelings about this, so if it doesn't give you the best result on the first try, just do it again. All right, I went ahead and made a belt here. I'm going to inflate it with the gizmo. And I'm not going to detail it quite yet. I'm going to just move it around a few times and see if I find a shape that I like. So I don't know how many belts I'm going to settle on here. I'm going to duplicate it with Command-Shift-D. It's the same thing as clicking duplicate here, so now I have two instances in my subtools. And then I'm going to pivot my gizmo to the left side and just pull this straight down. There you go. The trick with belts is just move them as little as possible. The more that you keep manipulating and squishing them around, the more goofed up they get. I think I'm going to go with a cinched belt. I do like this open vest thing too. I feel like that's too like charismatic for a wizard. I don't know. I'm thinking. Paint says, I feel like I am losing my mind at work. I'm sorry, Paint. Sending you good vibes. Eloa says, a buzz cut is all about confidence. This is true. Ricky rocked a buzz cut for quite a while. Granted, Ricky has absurd confidence. This dude just... It's not even ego. He's just unflappable. And then Dragon says more about this court case they're writing for the Pathfinder game. Dragon says, we were playing through an adventure path called Kingmaker. Didn't they make a game based on that? That's actually really difficult. I played Wrath of the Righteous, but I haven't played Kingmaker yet. Anyway, where you end up with a kingdom. There's this guy that has been making speeches about how we don't care about the population and leaves them to die, etc., and using enchantment magic to do so. Ooh, drama. So we got a high priestess, my brother's mom, to cast Circle of Truth at the trial. Oh, interesting. You're a player in that. Okay, cool. And then Ian says, it's your wizard. Make it how your heart desires. I like that. I like that. The problem is my heart desires a lot. My heart wants all of the options. My brain is like, that will not stylistically look good. Not with that attitude. I feel like I'm gonna go with this look. And then Rudy agrees. Ricky is Ricky. What a lad. Rudy and Ricky went to high school together. So do with that information what you will. Oh, she has no shirt. There we go. Yeah, we're going to go with a more narrow sleeve here. I'm going to undo what I did earlier. I agree with Seder. And I just love this reference that Ray put in so much, which was inspired from Seder. And that is what my heart desires right now. So that's what we're going to do. First thing we're going to do is create the silhouette here with this really chunky sleeve. So I'm going to duplicate the sleeve and then mask just the end of it. Command W will create a new polygroup, which I can isolate and then delete hidden. And there you go. Very quickly, I have a shape that pretty much fits this already. And it's just slightly faster than masking it from the base mesh. Honestly, either is fine. I like to gamify things to be as fast as possible, but you don't have to be like that. All right, looking pretty good. And then now let's start creating this like shirt shape because it's just gorgeous. And then the way that her shirt fits her currently is kind of atrocious. So we're gonna fix it. First thing I'm gonna do is ZBrush Insane or then polish by features. It's gonna simplify the shirt a little bit here. There we go. Next, I'm going to turn on transparency and really just kind of cinch this up. Again, by default, my models are quite muscular, which means their lats, their back muscles are gigantic, which can kind of get in the way. So I might adjust her body a little bit. Like, these are huge. We're gonna make it a little more narrow. See, that's really developed. That's more normal. There we go. Oops, sorry. I keep bonking that with my head. It's just the mic. There we are. And then we'll lower this. Perfect. I'm gonna go with this really dramatic. So I'm making this outer layer here. She has an undershirt that kind of like comes up tight. I might do this look, but without the undershirt. It's unlike me to make a model like that. I do have an alternate account where I make like pinups and spicy arts models, but this is not that. So we're not gonna be, again, I call it spicy arts, but it's like pinup models the way that pinup models were in like the 50s, where it's like more meant to like sell makeup, and it's still very much so classy and cool, which is why I started doing it in the first place, because I do think it looks really cool. I feel like now people just call some, make something really trashy and call it pinup, and I'm like, yeah, that's not what that's for. Which again, it's fine. Make whatever you want, you know, but it's not pinup. All right, that's not even that trashy of a low cut. That's fine. Alrighty, and then what really makes this look great are the lapels on her shirt here. So to do that, I'm going to duplicate the shirt, and then similar to how we did the sleeves, we're just going to mask a section right here. I'm actually going to divide this just once. I have the resolution. Kind of create that fold here. There we go. It just looks like a blob. I'm going to use Polish by Features and ZBrush by Half to clean up the shape for me. Something else really cool is you can actually use, put some creases on this to kind of guide how Polish by Features will treat it. In this case, it's not that complicated of a shape, so I can kind of just move it around as I need. All right, the important thing here is the way that it's pretty much a flattened rectangle. So we don't want this looking too rounded on the top. So we do want this to look a bit. I might use crease. We'll see. There we go. And then also the shirt comes down to where the lapels do, which in that case, I'm going to need to give her an undershirt. This is going to be a bit much. Again, not that kind of model. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but it's not that kind of model. Maybe I can do like a bit of like a fishnet. That would be very goth. Sapphire asks, what is the balance between nuances? Like realistically, if she swims a lot, she would have a broader swimmer's back, but stylistically, she potentially look too masculine. So that's a great question. That's not so much about nuance, but just like how gritty or how realistic you want your character to be. She's a wizard, so I don't think she would actually need to swim that much. Like I know she's a sailor, but it depends what her job would be on the boat, right? Because she's a wizard, and if she's going to spend a lot of time on a boat, I don't think she'd actually be handling a lot of like the swimming or even rigging. I think she'd be more like a scout almost, or that like wards the ship against like aquatic sea monsters. Like if a kraken tried to wrap its tentacles around the ship, I imagine she'd have like a lightning ward cast across the ship and drawing sigils and that kind of stuff. That's more what I imagined her to be. But yeah. Also, masculine is definitely not an issue. Stuff like a broad back. I actually give my pinup models, since we're talking about that still, a bit of a broader back as well, because it gives more the illusion of that like really hourglass figure and waist. Again, broad shoulders and broad hips naturally make the waist look, you know, smaller. Great question though. Satyr, she's going to magic herself out of the water. Yeah, yeah. With all the layers she has on, she's not very swimmable. She's very drownable. Dragon says, this is high con wizard erasure. Oh, I love it. Hey, Torvin's here. Welcome back. I'm laughing at Satyr's comment, and I'm not going to read it out loud. Okay. She also has this collar thing. I am going to grab a pre-made collar that I made a while ago, which, again, it really wasn't that hard to make, but because I had to manually fold over the topology to give it, you know, a folded collar look, I don't like to recreate it ever if I don't have to. I just modify it. Shirt. Where are my shirts? There it is. Or do I have it under collar? I always forget where I put it. Yeah, it's not here. Okay. Load in my other asset library, which will be under different heads and headgear. And there it is. Again, so this piece here, all I did was create a a cylinder. I deleted most of the topology except for what was left, like this inner ring. And then all of these pieces here, let me kind of turn on, there we go. These all were up originally like this. And I literally took them and I manually just folded them down to create a collar. So again, it's not like super difficult, but I don't want to do it again. So that's why I have an asset library. Gosh, Ray, this is such a good reference. Oh, it has like those chains too. Ooh, which is more like that Gothic, but still fits pirate, more on the pirate captain side, but still lovely. You're just killing it with the references today. Ian says, be right back, meeting time. Enjoy your meeting. And then Satyr is adopting Ray as their little brother. It was bound to happen. And so far says fair. As my nan used to say, I am that shape. Basically, like accidental athletic build, constant struggle for clothes, and weirdly my female characters lean more towards athletic builds rather than petite. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. I remember I've had people ask like, oh, like why do you sculpt the body type that you do? Because I make them more muscly now, but like they're kind of on the petite side. Is that because of, you know, like beauty standards? And I'm like, no, it's because I am small. So I understand small. And that's why I sculpt small, which is like a cop out. So obviously I am learning to sculpt different body types and musculature and that kind of stuff. Excellent chat today. I know I'm only catching like 10% of it. If you guys need my attention, just type in M3DM and it will highlight in bright orange because I do want to answer your questions. All right, I need to commit. Am I going to give her an undershirt or is she going to be like a little spicy? I think I'm going to give her an undershirt. All right, we're going to go with an undershirt. So I'm going to create a little tank top here, and here's how you do it. Use your mask lasso brush and kind of just draw the shape that you want. This is going to be like a crop top, essentially. I'm going to up my resolution just a touch, and then use my mask pen to refine the shape. There we go. Once I'm done with that, it just needs to be rough. Go to extract and then accept. Once I have this piece here, I'll ZBrush it with half enable just a couple times. And this gets me a really nice, clean shape. And you're like, why is it so low resolution? Less polys, less problems. I know I harp on that a lot, but it's because I think it's just so normal when you're first learning how to sculpt that you just jump right up to like a million points because it retains all this amazing detail. And again, details get all the credit. But that's not what makes something look good. It's all about your primary shapes. Basic silhouette. If your basic silhouette sucks and is boring, then you're doomed. Like, you gotta have your fundamentals nice and strong. All right, I wanna create these little tab things. So to do that, I'm gonna use my curve strap snap, which is a default brush in ZBrush. There we go. Just gonna create it very, very simple and then click and drag. And I'm really just not pressed on how these fit the body right now because we're still in that block out stage. And I just want to iterate shapes quickly. I don't want to get too hung up on any one thing. I'm going to mirror and weld so they're at least symmetrical. And then we're going to kind of move this up so it does fit in a way that makes sense. So again, these lapels are going to come together at the base of this outermost layer. See right here? They do come all the way together. And again, they are these kind of like rounded rectangles, so I want to make sure I'm preserving that shape as well. I kind of lost like her bosom shape. She's just kind of like a cylinder right now, which is fine if you were also a cylinder, but she is not. So I'm like, where is her body? You can turn on transparency to kind of like help find that. Even one better, you can actually enable dynamics and then simulate this to grab onto the body. I'm not doing that just because I am just not, because I feel like it's faster to use the move brush in this specific instance. But I want you guys to know there's so many different tools you can be using all the time. All right, she's looking pretty cool. Again, this is where our block out stage left us, and this is where we are now. Looking much more aesthetic, if I do say so myself. And then Torpa asks, the June 16th release, that's today, is that the Dark Elf Cowboy? Not a cowboy, but Western-ish. But yes, like a abolitionist. Yes. From last week. True, Mia is only light switch high. No, I am not. If you're new here, for some reason my chat likes to joke that I am like 2 feet tall. I am 5'5". I am average. Thank you. Anyway, so I stood up and I walked to the back of my room to show like how tall I am compared to a door, which is a stupid idea. And then one of my lunatic mods, Eloa, photoshopped me to be the height of the light switch. So that's, yeah, they're dumb. Peasant's gonna peasant. Oh my goodness. Dragon. Doubtful, Mia. Can you confirm you are more than 3 feet tall? I could show you guys my driver's license, but I feel like that's a bad idea. Yeah. Yeah. there any more references you can grab here? Ooh, the red cards. Oh, I love that. That is very cool. Yeah, Ray, you're cooking today, which tells me you're probably avoiding your own work. You're a little too helpful. Get to work on your wyvern. Lovingly. Sater says, I want a side-by-side with Ricky. We've done that before, and Eloa still photoshopped me. Dragon. Identity theft is hilarious. Yeah. Yeah. Are you 5.5 centimeters? Why are you guys all on page? I don't understand this. It's like the peasant hive mind. I maybe because I'm defensive about it. I am above average. Thank you. Okay. Can confirm. Mia is 2 feet tall. That hurts, Rudy, because I'm taller than you. What does that make you? I'm pretty sure I'm taller than you. Why am I not remembering this right? Rudy is like an IRL friend. Like, again, Rudy and I know each other outside of work. And then Torben asked again. Yes, Torben, it's that model. Paint says, roasted. I also need to do some work, even though I am at work. Ray says, Mia, I am actually working on said wyvern, but I made a mistake, so I am redoing something. Is the way of art. So Fire says side by side with Maverick. Maverick is my pug, who is no feet tall. All right, I'm going to hide the body here, and I'm going to sculpt this to be a shape. It's just so not shape right now. What is with this topology? Okay. Zero mesh by same, because it's just gnarly. That's a little better. We're going to do it again, because I don't like this. All right, that's fine. And like, why am I being picky about topology if it doesn't matter for 3D printing? Well, it still matters just for like nice construction. It really does make my life a lot easier. All right, nice and simple shape. We can make it a little cinch. That is fine. I just don't want to do this. That looks painful. All right. Some boob. Here we go. All right, and then I will break my rule a little bit, which is adjusting the body. But the big thing is like I won't move this point here very much, which is the bottom of her rib cage. This can come in. This, like her belly, that's fine. And you can get more of, why is my focal shift is high. Anyway, so you can kind of like, if they're really lean, you can kind of like scoop this out. I know this looks really dramatic. It's just really important that you don't crush their ribs because that's not possible. So if you go just like under their bust, like this, and then just like scoop the whole model in, this just does not happen. Don't do that. There's still going to be that rib cage bump. So that's what I'm going to use as kind of a reference here. What am I looking at? That is like undershirt. That's fine. And I can kind of tighten that up. There we go. And this is why when I have my students working on projects, I have them work on the base mesh as like its own standalone assignment. Really get that dialed in before you start creating assets for it. Otherwise, you end up just doing twice the work. I'm being pretty finicky with this model today, but I'm really enjoying it. I like it. I want to incorporate some more like goth elements here. If you guys have ideas, let me know. I'm definitely gonna start adding some chains, maybe even some fishnet. And I can actually use a noise modifier to simulate, or not simulate, but to create that fishnet. It's really cool. I'm gonna show you guys how to do that regardless if I keep it. So I'm gonna select the leggings here. I'm gonna click on comma to bring up a lightbox, which if you haven't played with lightbox, I really recommend bringing this up and just looking through like every single tab. There's so much in here. So for this, I'm going to go to noise, and then these are all defaults in ZBrush. You can find more on their website, which it used to be like Resource Center on Pixelogic, but now it'd be somewhere on Maxon. I need to double check that. And then this does fantastic. Don't worry that changes your colors and looks like it's mustard. You can change all of that. Come to your tool menu and then go to surface. Noise is now going to be highlighted because I have it on here. If I turn noise off, you'll see that it stops showing. Because again, it's not real yet. It's just like a preview. Click on edit so you can actually modify how it's going to affect your mesh. I'm going to increase the noise scale because I actually don't want all these little bumps and stuff. And then change the plugin scale to be smaller. The rotation is wrong, and luckily we can fix that too. So I'm going to adjust the Z angle to be 90 and make this a bit smaller. This actually looks a little more like a jester. And it's because I have it that the diamonds are extruded versus the actual string. So to do that, you can change your strength to be a negative. There we go. Click OK. Get a little preview of that. And you just keep adjusting it. If you'll notice on the sides, it stretches over itself. You can fix that by creating a UV map and placing your seams on the side. I almost never do that because I have no need to create UV maps because I don't need to bake any details. I keep my highest subdiv and decimate at the end. But this is the kind of workflow you get into when you start dealing with like game assets and whatnot. Or in my case, I just want control over Fishnet. For now, I'm not going to worry about it because I do think it looks cool, even though it's wrong. And then when you click apply to mesh, you'll see that it just doesn't work at all. And that's because you don't have enough resolution. I'm only at like 1,000 points here. So again, less poly is less problems, but less poly is less detail. You don't have room to deform things. So if you hold Command D, or just not hold, just click Command D, it's the same thing as divide in your subtool menu. Do it a couple times. And now when you click apply, it's actually going to keep that resolution. And if you're mad about the colors, I already forgot to mention, you can change that. Right here. You can change your colors. I just handle it after the fact. All right, there we go. And then apply. Again, pretty low res. Let's divide again. One more time. I'm at 1,000,000 points, and you'll see that it's pretty stretched still, and that's partly because of how high I have the extrusion happening, and I have that exaggerated for 3D printing. That's pretty good. That gets you a pretty nice result. I really like that, and that's going to 3D print beautifully. It's a nice color too. Ended up with this kind of like rich purple. Paint says, Mia, you need to make a Harlequin from Warhammer. I'd love to. Sapphire says, Mia, how would you like corset like strap buckles? Every time I remesh, I lose all structure. Corset like strap buckles. Like these? Or are you talking about the boning that's in a corset? It is time for a garment lesson. Now that I'm getting more into Marvelous Designer, I've been teaching myself that on the side. All right, so let me put this over here because I forgot that corsets, there's different kinds of corsets and I can't just put straight up boobs on the stream. All right, so the lines that structure a corset are called boning, and that's what these are. So it's actually this stiff piece of plastic or metal or whatever. It's not just fabric, and that will retain the structure. So are you talking about that, or are you talking about like decorative straps? Because if they're decorative straps, I just make it its own subtool, and then you don't Z-remesh it so it does not get destroyed. Corset with straps. That's why I didn't have that on stream. Oh, Google. Can I show any of these? I answered the question. It's fine. David says, Mia, if you're going to model like a tiger or leopard, do you add physical stripe spots or leave the surface plain and leave that to paint? That is a fantastic question. You know, I kind of do a mixture of both. So let's see if I have a model that I can show. I've done a leopard recently, but it was a water leopard. So it's a water elemental, which does not answer your question. But I will kind of puff out some of the fur in like suggestion of texture. So again, this is made of water, so it doesn't really, you can kind of see where I have like some spots on here where if you were to dry brush it, they will start to pop up. But if it depends what your purpose is for. I would definitely not sculpt the tiger and then hope that people could paint stripes correctly. I would rough out a bit of volume there for them to follow as a guide. Great question. That's a very great question. Meanwhile, Sater's talking about hats and tattoos. I like it. All right, we're gonna make these nice and simple for now. Maybe I'll do a red color. Why not? I tend to keep a very simple two-tone color scheme to prevent my design screen too muddled down. Again, I just do the poly paint here because it's fun for me. It's not going to be kept in the long run. This is a pure white, not a fan. Let's go with more of a gray. Yeah, I like this better. This is keeping more of that gothic tone. No color. A lot of fantastic questions today. And if you asked a question, I just did not answer it because one, I didn't see it, or I went on a huge tangent, just ask it again. I am happy to answer. So I'm using a noise modifier like this to generate a texture. I will usually just have it here as like a preview. And then what I'll do is after it's posed, I'll like regenerate it, and I won't have to worry about it getting all messed up because I plan on that happening when it gets posed. Does that make sense? Sater said, Mia, what did you say to me the other day? Why do you know so much about everything? I am, but you're humble, question mark, diversified interest peasant. This is true. This is true. And then Ray, I think, is talking about tattoos and said, okay, in that case, no need to worry because I'm going to plan it out. And more importantly, I'm not even going to think about it until I hit physique goals. Ricky's the same way. Ricky has tattoo plans, but he refuses to get them until he gets those gains. Oh, what in the world? You know, every now and then I've noticed if I like grab the move brush and I'm too twitchy about it, it will like move my entire screen. It's something I'm doing. I know this. I can never figure out what combo of buttons I did to make that happen. That's okay. To fix it, I'm gonna go to Document, click and drag here, so I just make my document a bit larger, click Resize, yes, Command N, click and drag one instance of your model, and then click the letter T, T for tiger. And there you go, you're back. That's the same thing that you will do if you fall out of edit mode. That's the same way you're gonna fix that. Well, I'm pretty happy with this model so far, and like I think the silhouette's really interesting, and there's just a lot to like here. These are a little too bulky. Hey, Foxy here. Foxy says, I'm alive. I didn't know that was in question, but yes, I'm very glad that you're alive. I hope you had a good weekend. Yeah, she looks adorable. And goth, and pirate, and wizard. Success. So I haven't added any like the fine details yet because again, details get all of the credit, but it's not that they don't matter. It just spend 80% of your time refining the base shape. It's a better spend of time. It truly is. Instead of spending hours and hours and hours trying to like detail this tiny little fabric fold and stitching. It's very cool and that's great. But if your base shape sucks and your silhouette is not interesting, there's no amount of fabric folds and stitching that's going to make that shirt look good. These lapels are a little weird and the topology is a little cursed. So we are going to polish by features and ZBrush by half and lower the adaptive size. Yeah, so I just want these to be straight. How do I do that? I can do it by hand. I feel like there's a better way to do that. I'm thinking. Because I know if I turn on, or not turn on, if I crease these edges right here, that will help. I can turn on polish by features and it'll kind of like snap. But I know there's a better way to do it. I just don't know what it is right now. Well, I'm just gonna think on that one. Even better have the solution right now, because that looks fine. Anytime I am manually adjusting stuff, like nudging it, I always know there was probably a better way to do that. That just goes into like the brain bank for later. When I was first learning ZBrush, I had a notepad on my desk where I'd write down every single thing that confused me, and I spent more time writing than I did sculpting. I actually highly recommend it. And then whenever I came up with a solution, I would write down like bullet points of that solution. That's actually what was the beginning of M3DM Academy, which is all the resources that you guys have for my mentorship program. That's where it came from, was me making notes and then videos for myself to reference. I like this character a lot. I feel like I could do like a cool knee moment definition wise here. I know it sounds odd. There's not like a whole structure in her legs right now, but there could be. I'm just thinking about it. That looks good. Okay. And Sander says, Mia, I thought about you today. Actually, I was watching / listening to a documentary about Phil Tippett. I don't know who that is. Phil Tippett. Who is Phil? Phil is an American film director and visual effects supervisor. He was the animator behind Star Wars. Oh, cool. He looks friendly. Specializes in creature design, stop motion, and computerized character animation. He also worked for DreamWorks and eventually formed his own company, Tippett Studio. Very cool. Okay, so the Millennium Falcon scenes and stuff. Yeah, that was so cool. Again, so much of Star Wars was practical. Very cool. That sounds like a fun documentary to watch. So far says, I popped a reference in the chat. I'm trying to join the ends of the straps into the main body, but it just turns into a blob. Let's find, oh, these. Yeah, no, these should be a separate subtool. There's no, do not ZBrush. You will destroy it. So the way that you would approach this, and you're gonna laugh because you're gonna be like, oh, duh, which is like the best moments. We're gonna take a curved strap snap brush. We're gonna scoot this over so everyone can see the reference. All right, we're doing this little section right here, or how I'd approach it. You just click and drag. Let's do a better job. Yes, it's about right here-ish. That's about right. Okay, and now I'll click and drag, and I'll create some more of them, just roughly. I'm just gonna do 3. And then from these here, you can actually adjust that shape to have these little points on them, and then you can pinch these in. You could have just created the same one once. I'm just doing it 3 times because being inefficient. Same with the tails right here. And then we're going to embed those buckles by using IMM Clothing, again, a default brush in ZBrush. Click and drag, kind of insert here, inflate, and scrunch up. And I can just move these around, quickly duplicating with the gizmo. Why? Oh, I'm using the pinch brush. I'm like, my move brush is very pinchy right now. Restore custom UI. Oh, that's being very odd. When I click on the move brush, you guys see that it's glitching up to the pinch brush. Huh, that's really interesting. What if I reset all brushes? Now it works. Cool. Don't know what that was causing, but I fixed it. All right, moving on. Moving these buckles here. And I'm not gonna do all the rivets and stuff, but that's how you create those roughly. and then split them off of that main piece. So there you go. That will stay here. You will not Z-remesh those. It will destroy it. You have no need to have to merge those down. When you pose, just be careful that you're not clipping through like any hardware, like the actual metal buckles themselves. That's how you'd approach that. I kind of like those belts. Maybe I'll make a version of this for this character. Foxy says, Mia, I love the lantern your mannequin warlock uses. Thank you. I love how it printed. And yeah, so far mentions, like, I'm guessing just hiding them in the mesh is better, or just join detail. And yeah, again, they're really just going to be their own subtool. They don't go into the mesh. The stitching is on top, even here. And Satyr says, screw the Millennium Falcon. Heresy. He's basically responsible for all the big creatures. Oh, cool. Rancor, Jabba the Hutt. Oh, how cool. Thank you for linking that. I will check that out. Awesome. He's also responsible for the monster chessboard in SW. When I hear monster chessboard, I think of like Sorcerer's Stone from Harry Potter. I don't know what SW is. So far says, Mia, that is how I did it at first, but I thought I had to merge down and I thought it was wrong. No, you were correct. When in doubt, make it a separate subtool. You're doing fantastic. More is more. And if you feel like this is becoming a mess, you don't have to be a hooligan like me and name it shirt, undercoat, trench coat 1, 2, 3, 4. Like, I just don't rename them because I'm a hooligan. Don't do this. Don't be like me. I rename them at the very end. And you can also use folders. I don't use folders because I close them and I chronically delete and move things around. If you delete a subtool when the folder is closed, it deletes the whole folder, which you can't undo. So I just don't use folders because I cannot stop that bad habit. Very cool. Let me restart my music. Spotify has me somewhere in the boonies. There we go. All right, this character is looking fantastic. What a difference from where we started. Love to see it. And then Satyr mentions, you know the chess scene on the Falcon where Chewie is playing C-3PO. Oh, yeah. Like the little... Yes. It always reminds me of Yu-Gi-Oh! Yeah. Duh. I just didn't think of it as chess, even though it is. Yeah, I hear you. All right, I'm pretty happy with the block out here. I'm not going to make any major character design changes at this point, unless I think it's like super missing something. So what we're going to do now is we're going to go into like our, what do I call it? It's like my little Super Saiyan detail mode. So I'm going to set a timer for 10 minutes and I'm going to detail this whole character. That never happens, but it happens close-ish, better than you might expect. There, 10 minutes, let's go. I'm gonna start from the top to the bottom. Hat looks pretty good, hair looks pretty good. There's a weird blob right here. We're going to fix that. Anything else I want to fix? Yes, I want to be a little more asymmetrical because asymmetry. We're gonna puff out her bangs a little bit more just so that silhouette is even more clear. I like it. All right, next, that's not detailed at all, is this collar. So we're gonna go to dynamic, thickness, -100. That way I'm not losing that silhouette that I've adjusted. And we'll use the move brush, if it will let me. If it's in the mood. The reason why it's having a hard time right now is because this is so low resolution, so it's having a hard time grabbing onto that poly. Which is fine. I'm gonna go ahead and click apply so it's a real thing, and now it will actually be a lot easier to manipulate. You really don't want to get in the habit of doing too many changes when dynamic is turned on or like sculpting fine details on it, because it's just not, it's not real, it's a preview. And then from here, I'm going to lower the resolution, enable my Z modeler brush, and add a small trim to this. I'm just going to use extrude poly loop. I'm just gonna do that twice. Put a small lip on that. And that's fine for now. I'm going to subdivide it once, twice. It's a little wrinkly, but for this specific character, I think it works. I'm also not certain on how the fabric folds behave on this collar. I usually just add kind of like a rough edge here with my standard brush. All fabric folds that you see in the next 10 minutes are going to be, it's just a standard brush. When I hold down Option, it will remove material instead of add it. So I guess in a way it's like a 2-in-1 brush, but it's just standard. I think it kind of does something like this. I really should look at a reference. Always look at a reference. Don't be me. Don't do this. That's fine. I'm mostly just doing this to break up shapes. Again, this is 3D printed at a very small scale, so I'm going, everything is pretty exaggerated and bulkier than it would be in real life. You know, there's something cool about fabric folds because there is that element of randomness where there's definitely some artistry and some personal flair that you can add to it. Whenever it's auto-saving, don't touch it. That's a really good way to make ZBrush crash. Just be patient. All right, that is done. Now let's come to these little lapels right here. Scroll back up to Ray's beautiful reference. Thank you again, Ray. And then same thing, dynamic, offset -100, and just make it a little chunky. Normally, I'd encourage you to make it similar to what the actual material would be. But again, this is for 3D printing. So we go as chunky as possible without it just being totally ugly. All right, that looks good. We're gonna add a bit of like nice filigree here. And to do that, I'm actually just gonna use the mask pen brush and just freehand something cool. Let's see what happens. I'm not gonna be worried about too perfect, too clean, just something cool. If I turned on Lazy Mouse, that would really make my life easier. So let's do that again, but with Lazy Mouse. Ah, there we go. I thought this was more difficult than it needed to be. Even just having something there will look nice. I'll invert it a few times. I don't like how that one came on the other side. What if I do like this big loop here? I kind of like them being this rough shape to it. It's kind of cool. All right, that's good enough. If I don't like it, I can change it later. Then we'll add some rough fabric folds on top of this. Again, they're gonna kind of pinch towards the inside here where I'm probably gonna add a button later. So I'm gonna add just like some really simple compression folds right here. I don't see any questions in the chat. Very good. If you guys have a question, let me know. I like to answer them. All right, I like this. I intentionally did not add a border on it because it's kind of like this just little undershirt, and I want to be a softer, rougher fabric. I'm gonna turn on back face mask to make sure I don't rip through the other side of it. And we're just gonna add some really simple fabric folds here. Again, we're just kind of creating noise on the shirt, essentially. I'm not doing any tertiary details right now, like weathering. I will probably at the end, though. Next up are these little strappy things. We are going to... I don't know what we're gonna do yet. Okay, I've decided. We're gonna inset an edge loop here. Once it's done thinking about, what are you trying to autosave? Oh, I have my entire asset library in here. Joking. So sorry, ZBrush. There we go. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to mask this by holding Option. And that's masking in ZModeler is different than masking like normal. I mean, they do like the same thing, but this is like per poly instead of, yeah, that's it. It's per poly. So inset polygroup island, and there you go. Did all of them at once. Let's do a smaller border, and now I can do extrude polygroup island, and it will do all of them at once, or not. Click, click, there you go. Let's divide a few times. If I wanted that edge to stay nice and sharp, all I'd have to do is add some creases. All right, that looks fine. We're gonna delete the subdivision level, so I can go ahead and import, place some buttons. I'm actually going to use this bolt head because I think it looks really nice and suits this character. We're going to make sure it's automatically inset, going to brush, depth, and clicking and dragging this down. I want them to be the exact same size, so I'm going to pay attention to my draw size. It's currently 6.5. Click, hold Command. There you go. It'll punch that size exactly. That's a little too big, so let's go to 5.5-ish. Still too big. 3.7. That looks good. We go to split mask points. And each time I click and then hold Command, it's going to snap that size according to my current brush size. And then I'm going to inflate them all because 3D printing. All right, that looks pretty good. Now I'm going to hold Control Z. No, I'm going to add some fabric folds to this as well. These are just going to be in tension. So I'm going to turn off symmetry. Whenever you're going across the center line, I really encourage you to turn off symmetry. It just makes it look really weird otherwise. Even if you're doing symmetric fabric folds, and even when you have identical elements like this, if it's really fast to do a fabric fold like that, just do them by hand. It adds a little bit of variety that it really just makes the model look better. We're now adding some thickness to the shirt. Again, really chunky and ridiculous because 3D printing. I'm going to remesh these at the end, and I want to make sure these meshes overlap a lot. So when I do remesh by union, I don't have any funny business to deal with later. Next up, I'm going to extrude some seams around the shoulders. Not symmetrical. Okay, mirror and weld. There you go. So I inserted an edge loop, and then I'm just going to extrude that edge loop, or poly loop. Truthfully, I don't know the difference. I need to learn them. There we go. And then for here, I'm actually going to add an edge loop on the inside of the shirt here. Ooh, why are you being weird? Oh, I don't have Z modeler selected. There we go. 1, 2. All right, I'm gonna zoom out, kind of see how that's laying. Looks good. And then I'm going to actually add a few edge loops right here. They're gonna act kind of like darts. And they're called princess darts. Essentially, it's where you just fold fabric on itself and sew it on the back side. It creates a little V shape. It's very flattering, and it allows for, you know, boob shape as opposed to being perfectly flat. It's just flattering. It looks nice. I'll do the same thing for the back here. I'm really just extruding lines that I know are structural and look nice. I'm gonna do the same thing here. The way that it's doubling up right here is a little chunky, but for the purposes here, it looks quite nice still. Subdivide a few times, and now more fabric. Eloa says, Mia, any Z-sketch opportunities on this one, do we think? I know, right? So Eloa and I have like, what is it, like cool tool disease? Where it's like when we have like, it's like when you're a hammer, everything looks like a nail, but with art. And we learned how to do Z-sketch recently. It's so cool. And so we're always looking for excuses of how to incorporate it. I don't know. I'm trying to think, Eloa, what? Because it doesn't just have to be goop, right? So we use Z-sketch to create some like H.R. Geiger like gross textures, but it doesn't have to. What about if we made something that was like prettier or maybe like whimsical or a spell effect? What if I, oh, it's my 10-minute timer. Okay, what if I used it to do, because she's a wizard. What if I use it to do like a spell effect of some sort? Wouldn't that be cool? Like from the tarot cards that are in her hands, or even maybe out of like the book that she has. Like maybe, ooh, what if we use like make some like kraken tentacles coming out of the book on her hip? It would fit the pirate theme. It's also creepy, and it's just cool. How about that? If that inspired a cooler idea, feel free to tell me in the chat. And that's not just for Eloa, that's for any of the peasants. I'm doing just like some draping fabric folds here. I make them a little too equally spaced apart to be truly random, but that's okay. And that's why I'm learning Marvelous Designer to simulate random, because randomness is hard, honestly. I'm gonna kind of just do like a little swooshy fabric texture right here, just to break that up. All right, so in 10 minutes, we detailed this section here. We're gonna do another 10 minutes, and I'm gonna keep going. All right, gonna insert some edge loops and extrude them. We're extruding them a little more than that. There we go. What's cool is once you like extrude something and you do it at like a height that you like, you don't have to keep clicking and dragging to that exact one each time. You can just click and tap and it will extrude it based on the thickness you just selected. Pretty cool. And then I'm not going to bother detailing this the same way because it's the exact same belt. That's how I constructed it. So I'm just going to delete it, select this one here, Command-Shift-D, duplicate, and then click and drag. It's simple, but like you don't have to do the exact same operation twice. I just don't. All right, don't want to forget about the sleeves. So let's go ahead and close holes and we'll extrude some cool edge loops on this as well. Move a poly not aligned. What? No, I want you to extrude. I don't know why I put it to move. Extrude poly loop, please. That way. Neat. And then I'm going to extrude a poly loop just down here. It's pretty much going to serve as like a really chunky seam. And then I'm going to divide a few times. It's going to round that edge quite a lot. If I didn't want that to happen, I could have just creased it. But I'm going for like a thicker fabric here, so I don't mind if it's not as crisp. Also, I find that when I post things in Character Creator 4, sometimes the sleeves get totally destroyed anyway, and I'm going to just reconstruct them. So I don't spend too much time on them anyway. All right. Sleeve. Looks like a sleeve. Now for this section. For this, I am going to use dynamic. Ooh, let's fix the topology first. This triangle here is causing this really sharp drop off. If I have even quads around the whole edge, that won't happen. So we'll do zero mesh in half. Look for even quads at the top. That's even worse. Zero mesh insane. It's still even worse. I have another trick. Okay, it fixed it. If it didn't fix it that time, you can do panel loops or group loops and whatever one doesn't add thickness, and then zero mesh, and it does a much better job. You'll notice I have lots and lots of tools to solve the same problem. It's just a generally good way to learn how to do things. All right, we're gonna bevel this loop right here so it doesn't look as chunky. Bevel. And now we'll go ahead and extrude some cool stuff. I might add the same like matching filigree that I did to the panels on her blouse. We'll see. I'm not really getting the same shape from this reference here. I really should have checked this before I add thickness. That's okay. We're gonna add some big fabric folds on this. Kind of do like a C shape here. No. Something kind of rough. See if I like that. Nope. I was trying to create like a different shape or silhouette there. Didn't like it. That's okay. All right, some questions here, I think. Ray says, I'm gonna resend this question. Always do if I miss your question. He tagged me, M3DM. Mia, does the Z-Modeler brush allow you to grab an edge and then scale it? Yes, it does. And then, let's see. Eloa agrees for a hand spell effect. Using Z-Sketch would be great. Taylor says, Mia, you mentioned H.R. Geiger. I'm curious what you think of his style and how you categorize it. Space punk? No, it's like it's bio horror, you know, like, it's just, I don't know what to call it. It has a horror aspect to it, but it's like rooted in like anatomical detail, and it's not biomechanical. I don't know what to call it. Seder also is bio horror. Yeah. I feel like bio horror could include things like The Creature and The Thing, which is a very different style. Well, I mean, there's different interpretations of the same style. There's no problem. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. Like, there's different types of goth, even, for example. Like, we made a pirate goth today. Hey, Monkey's here. Hello, hello. Ooh, goth pirate. You nailed it. She's also a wizard, but mostly goth pirate. You nailed it. Seder, lol, literally word for word. Yeah. I really tried to backpedal and like make it more of my own statement, but then I was like, that's exactly, yeah, that was it. Monkey said, how was everyone's weekend? It was great. I had a wonderful weekend. I played a lot of video games. I played the campaign for Halo 2 with Ricky, which is awesome. Dude, it's a remaster from the Master Chief Collection. It looks so much better than I remember. Granted, when I played Halo, especially Halo 2, I played it with the boys across the street, and they were like 4 years older than me. So I was like way behind. So most of the time I was just like off doing random stuff. So it was nice to play Halo 2 where I could A, read, and 2, actually know how to play video games. That story is so much better than I remember. Man, it was impressive. Highly recommend replaying Halo, especially with your spouse. If you haven't, it's really fun. And it's just a fantastic couch co-op game. Depending how you save and reload, it likes to crash, which I think is funny and very realistic experience. Oh, and like on a more somber note, like this is my second Father's Day where I don't live in California, so I didn't get to hang out with my dad, which is kind of a bummer because, you know, he's my person. I love my dad. He's great. But that's okay. It's just a day, and I will see him again. And again, parents are a very touchy subject. So if your dad sucks, I hope you had a great Father's Day anyway, in spite of them. They're not all good. That's how I feel on Mother's Day. It's A-okay. Ray says, in that case, I don't know if it's the most optimal way, but to make the straight edge, you can rotate the lapel and select the edge and scale it alongside itself with the width axis. It wouldn't make it straight though. Like if I don't already have a straight edge, there's a video I want to send you, Ray, that's really cool. Or did you already watch it? It's like how to use like hard surface modeling with the ZModeler brush, and that's how you scale that edge. Did you watch that? If not, I want to send it to you because it's just the coolest thing, and what you're touching on is very cool and very powerful, just not in this specific instance. Oh good, Monkey did their session 0 for Daggerheart on Saturday. It was super fun. Oh, I'm so glad. That's fantastic. Yeah, I also had my session 2 of my like Eldritch Horror campaign with Gwen as the DM. It's been so much fun. Empress, oh hey Empress, is she the team's navigator, treasurer? I think she's more of like the defender, like she places wards on the pirate ship and that kind of stuff. And Sater mentioned, yeah, no, Father's Day for me is about my son, not my dad. There you go. Love it. Oh yeah, and Eloa started doing the business stuff. If you haven't checked it out already, please look at the self-promo channel because you too can now buy art from Eloa, custom art from our lore keeper. Need I say more? Empress says, Mia showed me the ZModeler brush and told me I'll never be good at it, so naturally I have to prove her wrong. What? When did I say that? No. No. Taka said, I played D&D on the weekend, as well as in preparation for summer camp, so amazing. And to be clear, because I think it's cool and like such a flex, Taka and I play D&D together. I think that's the coolest thing ever, that like I get to play with you guys. It's just super cool. Sater says the monkey, just incorrect. Sater, I feel like you're being very stiff on this. Like, okay. You're complaining about Daggerheart and like their license. I don't know. Monkey does like create a lot of stuff. Like it's part of their business of kind of being on the fringe of like what's 5e compatible versus like stepping on licensing terms. Okay, what I'm trying to say is I feel like Monkey knows a thing or two as well. So yeah. Monkey just goes, explain. Yeah, I agree. Like, yeah. Incorrect is a bold statement. It's giving Dwight vibes from The Office. Absolutely. This might not be a hill that you want to climb with Monkey. He's a monkey. He's nimble. He's just gonna like, yoop. Eloa says, it's true. When I asked how to use a ZModeler brush, Mia took both my legs and hasn't returned them until I prove her wrong. I don't bully my students, I promise. I promise. I don't know why you guys insist on me being short and mean as your headcanon, but whatever. Get back to work. All right, we're almost done with Tavern Keeper's Craft. We got a ton of work done on this character. She looked like nothing just an hour ago or so, so I'm feeling very happy with this. All right, adding some more fabric folds, because fabric folds. You can tell when I'm getting close to break because my brain just starts to slowly turn off. Speaking of, if you guys have not already, I encourage you to go grab a snack, grab a drink, stand, stretch, all that good stuff. I will be wrapping this up in about the next 5 to 10 minutes, and then I'll be coming back and creating my first Summer Artfest piece. So if you're just tuning in, we have a summer art challenge going on right now. Again, it's just like a really chill, like little art festival. The whole point is to encourage you to create more. That's it. Doesn't have a ton of rules attached to it. It doesn't even have to be like drawing. You can make music. You could even do some creative writing. And it could just be like a sentence or two. I mean, it's really just about getting in the habit of creating. Nothing is too small. And if you're really feeling like a complete blank, then watch me create, kick back and relax. That's also allowed. Oh, I loaded in that chain brush, and that's gonna be fantastic to add some tertiary details here. Or I guess it's kind of secondary, but it's dense. That's what I mean. And I'm going to stitch these on here kind of similar to like admirals and like pirate captains, like the way that this hangs right here. Just so cool looking. By default, the curve brush is set to continuous Z. What does that mean? That means as you draw your curve brush, it sticks to your model. You don't always want that. So in this case, I'm gonna click once Z, so it just pins on one spot, and then it's free form from there. So I can hit split mask points and move it. And again, this is just, it fits the goth vibe, it fits the pirate vibe. It's just a win-win all the way around. And I'm not worried about this like fitting the character perfectly because once I pose her, I'm gonna have to move all this anyway. Ray says, Satyr is gonna die on this hill, and I'm here for it. I know, I'm afraid to read the chat just because of that. Is that what's happening? Oh no. Rudy says, peasants, lend me thy strength to kill. Is it Margot or Margot? I wasn't saying, anyway. This is Elden Ring. For I'm getting Goomba stomped into oblivion. Aren't you like super good at that game, Rudy? Because that's the first boss at a Limgrave, which I have never left. That's why I know who that is. This is one thing I love about Satyr. Satyr said, I am always happy to be proven wrong. I just don't think I am in this case. So sassy, last half, excluded. You can always change Satyr's mind with evidence, which is great. And I like that. That's a good way to be. Empress says, Mia, so I'm afraid of 1, importing brushes. Why? 2, using brushes too soon because I don't know where my skill level is and I don't want to look cheap. 3, send help please. Okay, you especially, you don't need to worry about this. Just go have fun. I say the brush thing to stop people from being cheap and just like using brushes and then like selling a model that's just a brush, essentially. You're not like this. If you're worried about it, this doesn't apply to you. Do not worry. To use brushes or custom, click on B for your brush palette and then click on load brush. There you go. Well, bam. It'll be good to go. Play with it, have fun. Do not worry about looking cheap. Because you're worried about it, you're fine. Does that make sense? This is like people that subscribe to my Patreon as a merchant, and that means I can sell 3D prints of my work. So I have people that make like a pretty good amount of money every month just selling prints of my work. Because for example, I have like Cherry Blossom Dragon, and they'll sell this for like 30 to 50 bucks. Pretty cool. But anyway, they'll like be super worried about my terms and conditions and making sure they're following the rules. And I'm like, because you're worried about it, that's how I know you're not the problem. Don't worry. You're fine. Rudy said, not really. This is further in. He comes back? Ugh, God. Also, you are good at the game. I guarantee it. Oh, it's a different boss. I feel like it's the same name. Oh, one has 1 T, one has 2 Ts. For fuck's sake. All right, I'm going to adjust these little chains. They look cool. Again, we went from this to detailed. Again, it doesn't look that different, but one's obviously more impressive in like 20 minutes, which I'm very happy with. I'm gonna do Command-Shift-D to do a second layer of chains because more is more. I just wiggle that into place. And any of the excess, I'm just gonna smush into the body. No, that's not the proper way to do it. But again, stuff like this, I am certain I'm going to change and modify once it's posed. So it's like a placeholder. Does that make sense? I'm not concerned about it fitting perfectly or even close. And yeah, it is chunky chain, so that is nice and 3D printable. She looks awesome. I don't get to sculpt enough goths. This is great. All right, we're gonna go ahead and paint her nails black as they should be. And that's a wrap. One's called Margit, one's called Margot. Ah, that's good to know. Thank you, thank you. Let's get some more fun lighting and call this done. So right now I'm just adjusting my light scene here, get some more drama. I always love more drama. Make sure, so ambient inclusion makes a huge difference. I always recommend having that toggled on. You can really increase the intensity, but with a character this dark, I might actually lighten it. Same with preview shadows. You can play with these settings as well. Be careful because it is very powerful. Ray says, Mia Elden Ring stream win. Never. I would, oh my God. I consider myself a pretty humble person. I would not emotionally recover if I live streamed me playing Elden Ring. That is all I'm going to say. Rudy said, I won. Congratulations. Woo. Eloa says, Mia, I could challenge Red Elden Ring for stream. That doesn't surprise me. I'm gonna bump the contrast a touch here. It gets pretty saturated. Look better. Mia would turn into a true sailor if she played Elden Ring on stream. Yes, I'm doing whatever I can to not swear too much on stream because that's tacky. I can't help it, but I can. This is me helping it. Oh, it's true. Empress, that's too graphic for me to read on stream, but I love it, and yes. All right, we're gonna do a little splash page here. So all that means is I kind of just zoom in so you can see all these delicious details and her edgy edgelord greatness. I'm also gonna add some of these little buttons. These are supposed to be on the outside, I'm pretty sure. But I'm here, so we're gonna put them on the inside. All right, so we did that character in about, what, hour and a half, 2 hours? Pretty happy with that. She's not ready for character creator quite yet, but I'll probably do that before the stream is over. Yeah, she looks cool. So again, the prompt for today was a goth pirate wizard. I think we crushed it. Thank you guys so much for all the references and ideas and just general chatter. I just really appreciate you guys keep me company as I work. Sweet. All right, let's go ahead and take a screenshot and put that into our Discord. If you're not already in the Discord, I encourage you to, because we're super cool. It's very peasanty. And we have an art festival going on right now, which I'd love if you participated in. All right, screenshot and smile. Alrighty. Rudy says, this is sick. Thank you. I love her. She just turned out great. Yeah, Rudy, I feel like this is totally your type. To be fair, I know Rudy, like in real life, that's not as weird as it sounded. Okay, anyway. Uploading first art of the day. Art. Ooh, cool. We got some people talking about the prompts for the day. Again, the prompts for the day are forgotten, masked, and mechanized. Pick one prompt, merge all three, whatever you want. Create something. Got people that are kind of brainstorming for now. I love it. Very good. All right, let's go ahead and save a copy of this. Also, there's a really very civil discussion happening between Satyr, Monkey, and I think David as well, it looks like. And Paint. Okay, everyone in the chat is doing great right now. Temperature check. Are you guys having fun? Is that fun? Is anybody feeling not fun? Because if so, we can move on. But if you guys are enjoying discussing the nitty gritty of law, it does not surprise me. Y'all are nerds. But I want to make sure, a little temperature check. All right, we'll go with Goth Pirate. And then Monkey says, M3DM, prompts, what's this? This is the Summer Art Fest. So here it is under project reference. So right here. If you scroll up to the top, you see the rules and whatnot, but we'll have a new set of prompts every single week. And the prompt is just to create whatever you want. It can be any medium that you want. Drawing, sculpting, knitting, whatever your heart desires. Just know that every week the prompts will be refreshed and share whatever you create right here. Oh yeah, feel free to drop it, even create a D&D character based on this, because that's also art and super creative. Because you could definitely make a really cool D&D character with that prompt. Forgotten, masked, and mechanized. Hell yeah. That already sounds like a D&D character. Monkey says, yep, I'm good. Okay, good. I'm glad that you guys are having a good time. I have no problem discussing things. I figured. You guys are so chill. I just like to do a little temperature check to make sure you guys are having fun. Good. Paint says, yee, we are having fun. Good. I like it. I like it. Sometimes when you type stuff online, there's no tone. So I like to do a little temperature check to make sure the peasants are peasanting happily. I mean, we all like a crabby moment for sure, but you're good. Beautiful. Rudy says, I'm feeling fun. Well, yeah, you're playing Elden Ring. Is that really fun? I don't know. You guys are insane. Ray says, my eyes are too tired to read it all. When the debate is over, can someone tell me what the conclusion was? Oh, amazing. I like it. I like it. All right, let's see if I can get a cool render on this. Oh, no kidding. Satyr said, here, without going down a legalese rabbit hole, my wife was a patent and copyright paralegal. No kidding. Doesn't surprise me that she'd be super smart and detail-oriented. Very cool. And then Monkey asks, what channel are the prompts in? They are under project reference, Summer Art Fest. I'm going to go ahead and just ping you so you don't have to... Peasant Monkey, there you go. You have been pinged. Amazing. All right, I am going to take a break. It's currently 3:42, so I'll be back around 4:10. I'm really not sure. It depends how much I cook. I might do a steak stir fry. I might eat another bowl of cereal. We'll see. Either way, thank you guys so much for hanging out with me. And I will see you in a bit, and we'll start doing some Artfest goodness. Alrighty. If you have any questions for me, put them in the chat or put them in our Discord under Ask M3DM Mentorship. I'll get back to them. I did see that... Oh, there are some questions in here. Okay, I'll review that in a second. All right, I'll see you guys in a bit. Bye. Only for a little bit. I'll be back. Hello and welcome to Happy Hour. So usually Happy Hour I focus on answering students' questions, but I'm all caught up. I actually don't have any DMs to review student work, which is awesome. I think the only one that I got kind of was just a more informal one from Paint asking how would I make lightning. So I'm gonna go ahead and answer that here, though Matt already did a fantastic job. Love to see it. And then Nerd asked about base meshes. So I'm gonna go ahead and answer both of those. And then we're gonna go into the Artfest of the day and make something cool. So yes, if you want to know more about that, join the Discord and check out M3DM Summer Art Fest to get the prompts and learn how to participate, all that cool stuff. I need to make a prompt in the chat that will explain what the Summer Art Fest is. Okay, note to self. All right. So first off, lightning. The way that I would approach lightning is, because I've done it before with different characters, I go with a pretty simple approach. I go for like curved quad fill, and I quite literally just like make Polymesh 3D. No. There we go. I just like drag out and draw a lightning bolt. Sorry, I'm like having a complete brain fart here. I'm like, why isn't this working? Instead, let me do a plain 3D because for some reason I'm totally blanking on this. There we go. I take something like this, I'd subdivide a few times, and I would literally just be like, lightning bolt. Wham. I would fill this in, and then I'd mask and polygroup it, and I would extrude from this and make a bunch of pieces. Like super simple like that. That's pretty much what Matt did here too, just like pulling shapes off, making them rigid and very sharp. Just make sure that you extrude that plane quite a bit so it's nice and 3D printable. And as far as like starting base meshes go, the one in ZBrush are pretty good. If you go to like, what is it? CG Trader, they have some free base meshes there as well. And Paint finished their assignment. Oh, I like it. Did you message me with it? Not yet. Oh, I didn't give you a new assignment. That's why. Huh. Let me give you a new assignment. And yeah, in the meantime, if you guys have any questions about art, 3D modeling, ZBrush, let me know. I'd love to answer. In the meantime, here is our awesome pirate gal. She does look very Bloodborne. Cool. Alrighty. So Paint recently worked on sculpting a beard, which came out quite nice. I am going to introduce you to the Z brush. It is time. This is a huge tool. I don't expect you to pick it up right away. Just start playing around with it. Yeah, any tips or just wanted me to complete it? Yeah, I just wanted you to complete it. I'm not too pressed about the actual result of the beard or not, because it looks like you were having fun, especially. I think your before the video looks a bit more hair-like in terms of the texture. Versus this doesn't look like hair necessarily, but it's a really fun swooshy texture, and you absolutely could go that route with detailing hair as well. So I just want to get you into the practice of making this, and then we'll revisit. So for now, start learning, playing with those resources from the ZBrush brush, and let me know if you have any questions, because there is a lot to dive into there. Matt, I appreciate you so much answering these questions. My brain's like a little soft today, smooth brain, I guess. So I really appreciate you. Awesome. Okay, well, I think that's going to bring us into the Summer Art Fest. I'm so excited. Oh yeah, I have a new patron, and they're talking about the Cherry Blossom Dragon, which is this model that I created recently, and I'm so glad they like it. I don't know if you're here lurking in the chat by chance, but if you are, hey. All right. Paint says thank you. You're very welcome. All right, M3DM Summer Art Fest, let's go. So, what is happening here? Let me tell you. The M3DM Summer Art Fest, the whole point of this is to get you creating some art more. Because let's be real, life is really busy and it's hard to fit things in. So if you have time to watch the stream, you have time to participate in the fest. Because even you just scribble down a little doodle on a napkin, that counts. Seriously. You have 1 week to take one or more of the prompts and create something, no matter how small and no matter what medium. That includes music and creative writing, or even knitting. Go nuts. The first set of prompts are forgotten, masked, and mechanized. I don't want to do masked or mechanized because it sounds like hard surface and it sounds like no. So I am going to go with forgotten. That word is making me feel inspired. So I'm going to show you guys how I, create from a prompt and like when I feel inspired, what that means. I'm going to go to Pinterest and I'm going to just type in forgotten and just kind of see what comes up. Because I kind of know the rough approach of what I want this to mean. I want it to feel kind of sad. Kind of not just forgotten, but to me it's more of like left behind. I love that. That's kind of what I'm talking about. Like a ruler, but maybe like a plague took over and he's the only one who survives. So what's a king without a kingdom? You know what I mean? Oh, I love that idea. So that's kind of what I'm talking about. Just like finding something and then feeling inspired by it. And when I see it, I'll know. But I'll probably merge together a lot of concepts and something that's like overgrown. It's actually very similar to my D&D character that I'm playing as currently, which is a mannequin construct. So mannequin is a construct. It's a mannequin tamer. That's my class. There we go. And yeah, she lived in a mansion until the matriarch passed away, but she's a custodian, so she can continue to somewhat upkeep the mansion, but it was just her. So it got very overgrown, and then as little creatures started to, nest and take over this mansion, she started to take care of them instead. And as a result, like my character even looks very overgrown and whatnot. There's my D&D character. Yeah. So this is kind of like, that's what feels like forgotten to me. It doesn't have to just be super sad, but a little bit somber, Eloa mentioned all of those words I picked out, by the way. I know. They're so good. Like, I knew. They're so intentional and excellent and thoughtful. Thank you, Eloa. Foxy said, can somebody recommend a name for a beaver colony? Big sticks. All right, let's go with forgotten. I'm just typing in like general words and kind of seeing what it gets me. I'm typing in forgotten and somber. Like, I like this. It's just over edited trees. That's it. I'm going to keep adding words to it as I kind of nail down the prompt I have in my mind. Overgrown. Like, I like this. I'm just picking things that I enjoy the most. I specifically like the pop of color here. Ooh, that's really eerie. Yeah. The way that these, roots are overtaking this character, it kind of reminds me of Vecna from Stranger Things. I like it. That's creepy. I like it. I'm also going to I'm just adding more and more words to this. I'm typing in lost love because if I can put a love subplot to it, I will. Maybe I'll have them holding something in their hand or like a ring or something like that. Some sort of token. Okay. And then for some reason, royalty is kind of the vibe I'm thinking of here. All right, my concept is kind of coming together. I'm probably going to just do a whole character, I'm realizing. You don't have to. That's kind of just what I'm feeling inspired by today. That's really gorgeous. Ooh. Ooh, maybe not royalty, but the defender. But then, again, if there's nobody left to defend. I'll probably work on this prompt a little bit each day during happy hour, and we'll see what we end up with. All right, well, I guess start a new character. I'm going to create a new note up here for my inspired ones. And then I won't put this in the Discord quite yet because I don't have anything finished, and I guess I don't want to spam my own channel with just references. Okay. All right, especially since this is just happy hour and I get to kind of like just play here. I'm not going to follow like too strict of a creative process. I'm just going to kind of have fun with it. And again, this is all based on the word forgotten. Foxy says, no context, it is now known as Big Sticks. You're welcome. All right, I'm going to use my same beginning ZPR like always. And I'm really going to have fun kind of just taking my time here and really creating something probably a bit eerie by the time that I'm done with this. You know, it's funny. I think it's going to include mechanized by the time that I'm done with it. All right, I'm going to delete all the subdivs. I'm just not going to need them. Same with her eyelashes and eyebrows. She's not going to need them. I might actually keep the eyelashes to, you'll see. I'm gonna do something with her helmet. All right. I don't need the modesty clothes in this case. We're fine. And I'm going to start modifying this body to best suit this character I'm working on. She is going to be lanky and very kind of ethereal and otherworldly. I might make it a finished 3D printable model, but I'm not putting that pressure on myself. This is just to have fun. This is Artfest time. Thank you, Eloa. This is going to be a lot of fun for me. Again, ridiculously long legs. Not a self-portrait. Something just a bit eerie. Allow says, Nancy, don't get burnt out. Just create another character on top of your weekly models. Please just play around and be free. Exactly. I agree. Let's make something ethereal. And then maybe if the peasants riot and they're like, I need these to 3D print, you can pick one. At the end of the Summer Art Fest, I'll put it in a poll and you guys can pick one. What is with me making constructs all of the time? I swear I did not even like them prior to this year. I would say straight up, I dislike making constructs. And now it's my D&D character. I could have been anything. I know, not the construct slander. All right, we have a body base here, and now let's start decorating. First thing I'm going to do is cover her face. I want some sort of weird... I just want something weird. I'm actually going to just remove her eyes entirely. Oh, Eloa says time to announce the next Summer Fest surprise. There's more? Am I getting a, but wait, there's more. Also, Paint is thinking about making a custom like 5e monster stat inspired by this, which makes me very, very happy. It's happening. The creatives are creativing. I see Eloa is typing and I'm excited and nervous. All right, I'm going to extract this face off of here and start creating some sort of just cool mask thing. It's going to be mostly featureless. Right now it just looks like an inflated face. It looks quite odd. Nope, not doing that. Again, this is happy hour, so I am taking advantage of this to kind of create something inspired by our little Artfest prompts right now. If you're at work, I understand you have to do work things, but if you're at home and if you have time, I really encourage you to like be brave. Grab a sketchbook. Just make something. It doesn't have to be good. It's so overrated. Just make something. Even if it's just like the worst stick figure you've ever seen, do it. Empress says, Mia, which prompt were you inspired by? This is forgotten. I think I'm going to create a sentinel that no longer has anybody left to guard. But she's still here, like standing watch forever. So I'm going to add a lot of wear and tear and maybe just like some entirely broken elements. I mean, maybe that the family she watched over is still living, but she's just been decommissioned because she's broken. That's sad. Why are all my ideas sad? I do the same thing when so I also play piano, and I like playing a lot of classical pieces, and they sound sad a lot of the time. I get people to ask, like, do you know anything that's not just sad? And I hated that when I heard that in high school. I was just like, you go learn piano then. You play what you want. I learned it. I get to play what I want. And again, I'm not pressured here to make like some incredible brand new custom character. I'm just having fun. If it turns out cool, neato. If it doesn't, neat. All right, Eloa has a new thing they have added. But wait, there's more. Eloa says throughout the week, a new random prompt or special interjection may appear that you can choose to implement into your model. Alongside this, any submission to the Artfest, as well as some personal criteria I have, will acquire points throughout the whole fest. The way that I want to win immediately in my own competition. I am horribly competitive. Be sure to have fun. I'll be keeping an eye on the peasants throughout the week. Yay! Oh my gosh, it looks like Paint made something. A lost jester toy. Oh, we have our first submission to the Artfest from Paint. Lost Jester Toy. It is a small construct, a wooden doll. And let's see here. It's decent armor class. Heart attack. The action, so heart attack, unarmed strike, and dart. And then here are just other things about it. So evasion. If the Lost Jester Toy is subjected to an effect that allows it to make a dexterity saving throw to only take half damage, the Lost Jester Toy instead takes no damage at all. I like it. Okay, so very hard to hit. Limited telepathy, mimicry. So the Lost Jester Toy can mimic children's sounds it has heard. That's so sad. And then sneak attack. That's spooky. Okay, super cool. Awesome. Thank you, Paint. First submission. Let's go. Cool. And that's what I'm talking about. It can be anything. It doesn't have to be just like a drawing. Ray says, all of a sudden we get a full-blown 3D printable as Mia tries to win. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Eloa was like, Mia, you can't win. Not you. I'm like, okay. Horribly competitive. That's why I can't play Souls-likes, because they break my soul. Alright, here's the beginning of like this mask thing. I'm gonna work on something else now. On the same creature, but a different part of the body. Oops, that's the entire body. Weird. Eloa says, no, anyone can win. All right. I am officially competing with the peasants. And the best thing is that Eloa is the one that's like running this. So it doesn't have to do with who makes the best stuff. If I know Eloa, it's like whoever captures like the spirit of the competition the most. Because it's not competition, but like of the festival the most. That's who they're going to pick. Eloa said, remember the points you earn will be subjective to your own skill level, so Mia can't just go in and mog the students who are just trying to learn ZBrush. Yeah. Meep. Paint says, Mia, a cap we could make for you is you use someone else's piece to inspire what you need to make for the jam. That's fair. I like that we immediately are trying to nerf me. It's fine. Hurtful, but it's fine. Or we can just put a time limit on me, and like how long I'm able to work on a piece. No, that's not fun. Never mind. I don't want that. I want to be able to work on these as long as I want, within the week. I'm having a lot of fun with this. So yeah, I chose the prompt Forgotten. And so I'm creating a Forgotten Sentinel. Something Elvish-esque inspired. There's going to be a lot of overlapping armor and stuff because I've also put a second prompt part of this, which is mechanized and masked. Oh man, I ended up doing all of them, didn't I? Okay, I picked every prompt without realizing it. Just kidding. Literally has a mask. Didn't realize. Ooh, Rudy says, Mia, when it comes to music, can it be any genre or is it specific? No, any genre. As long as it speaks to the prompt to you in some way, then you did it. Do we get extra points for variety? Eloa says, who knows? Yeah, Eloa's not going to tell you guys how to win, which I love. And I will immediately try to win in some way. So I've removed her feet because I feel like no feet. No feet and no hands. I don't want to deal with feet or hands. It's my model. No feet, no hands. Just spikes. Also, Foxy, how have I not asked this? Why did you need to name a beaver colony? I have so many questions. Also, this is how I create armor on a real note. Actual art, actual learning and stuff. I just extract a bunch of pieces and I make cool shapes. There you go. Armor. And like anything that I create, I just do a lot of iterations. So I might keep everything that I create the first time, but usually not. I can't figure out how I want these to overlap. Do it for me. ZBrush did not do it for me. It's okay. Using Move Topological, I got a pretty good result. So I'm almost out of time for happy hour, but I'm feeling really excited about this. So I might double happy hour. We might just go for another 30 minutes here so I can keep working on this. I really needed this today. This is super fun. I bet Eloa is going to grade me based on how much I like iterated my skill set and like pushed myself in some way. Or maybe if I just had a lot of fun. If I I don't know. I have no idea actually. That's part of the fun. In the meantime, I'm having a ton of fun with this. I think I'm going to create some green accents for this. I like the white skin, it's very dramatic. And then for the rest of it, I'll probably go with a darker color scheme. Let's bring this over here and I'll just do a simple fill object on each of these pieces. No gradients yet. I appreciate that Eloa is letting me compete. That's the beauty of having an event that is hosted by one of our lovely mods. Because otherwise, I can't host the event and compete in it. That would be a bit ridiculous. I think I want to give, I don't know if this thing floats or not. I don't even know how it would float. I don't know. This is just purely rule of cool right now. I get to just play with silhouettes and do fun stuff. So that's what we're doing. If you have any questions on how like I am, you know, concepting this or like my thought process, definitely let me know. I try to explain it as I go, but I know that doesn't mean that it's easy to follow necessarily. I feel like this creature needs multiple arms. I'm not sure why. But I just feel like one set of arms is just not enough. I'm kind of regretting deleting the hands. I need hands. Okay. Oh no. Handless. Come back. There they are. We're gonna keep hands. Yes, we needed hands. But how long and spooky I can make them. Up to me. Spooky. Ah, beautiful. I feel like her neck could be even longer. Foxy says, I'm loving the armor so far. Thank you. Rudy says, are the prompts on a daily basis or are they on set themes? They are weekly. Ember says, seeing Mia actually do, what's the word, like synthetic is kind of cool. Yeah, and that's one of the beautiful things about this art challenge that Eloa is putting on for us, is that you're going to see me create things that I want to create. It's not a request. It's just me. It's just me. And like, I love doing Patreon requests. That's like my bread and butter. That's my job. But this is technically not part of my job. This is just this extra thing that I get to do and share with you guys, which is very special. And I'm glad that the business is businessing enough where I can take these little like siestas, if you will, to kind of work on whatever I want. I am just not sure what I want with this. I'm just having so much fun. This is what I mean by playing, but with shapes. Like, this is my favorite part of what I do. I think I want a wheel of arms. You know? No? I'll show you. You're like, a wheel of what? A wheel of arms. I just think it would be cool. I just think that's neat. Maybe I can make wings out of arms. Big fan of arms and hands. These hands need more love than. All right, happy hour is actually a half hour, is what I have on here by default. So I think it'd be cool if I just reset that. Oh, nope. Nope. I have an idea. What if it was arms holding other arms that made wings? I might not keep any of this, but I'm sure having fun right now. I'm gonna out-fun you guys, you watch. Is that the spirit of the competition? I mean, Artfest, Eloa, am I winning? I mean, participating. I told you I'm horribly competitive. Oh, yep, I love it. All right, the Sentinel is now looking like the thing that was the downfall of the kingdom. That's disgusting. Awesome. If you want a character to look really tall, one of the things that our eyes look for is the proportion from the top of the shoulders to the knee. So by making the femur longer, your character will look leggier. If I just make the shins longer, it won't look as tall and lanky as if I were to actually grab this whole section here and make that longer. And if you're like, what? I don't understand. Let me know and I can find references. There's like a whole paper on it. Sorry, Dem says, why are you so fast? Because I do this every day. All day. Every day. That's why. I started with the stream. I don't even have the base shape yet. That's a-okay. And then Eloa says, take a peek at the last message. Okay. All right, Eloa says, and some secret hidden points that can only be triggered once each that give a huge bonus in points. There are 5 hidden criteria points. If someone hits one of these mystery points in submission, then they will receive a big lump of bonus points. That's awesome. Also, who pinged me over here? Ooh, vibes. Ooh, I do like those vibes. Yeah, especially the way that these are layering. Interesting. Ray says, man, this Eloa guy has added the option for bonus points and it has subjective growth and improvement. I know. That's secretly what this entire thing is about. It's just about getting you guys to grow and improve in art. I know. Awful. Empress says, I love this. Thank you. It makes my heart sing. Like, remember a while ago when... Okay, I said it weird, but I was like, someone out there, I promise, finds you hot. This is what I meant. Like, I think this is so beautiful. Like, everything about this. Unfortunately, my husband only has 2 arms, but I am very serious about that everyone has different things that they find beautiful, and I really encourage you as an artist to find out what that means to you. Yeah, she was going to be a protector, and now she might have actually been the thing that ended the kingdom in the first place. Whoops. Also, I don't know why she doesn't have feet. She doesn't walk, so... doesn't need them. Alright, her neck needs to be, like, way longer. Like, so much longer. So we're gonna just hide the mask for a second. Don't judge her weird little face underneath. That's not part of the prompt. Yoop. We're gonna make her skinny head. And then we can delete these eyelashes. They're not doing anything for anybody. Actually, you know what? I love eyelashes. So I'm gonna find a way to incorporate that into the model. Mia's current submission reminds me of this wonderful lady from Claymore. I am so flattered, and yeah, a little bit. That's incredible. That's so awesome. You don't understand, as an artist, when you guys go, oh, this thing you're working on reminds me of insert incredible thing, like, oh, it's art love talk for sure. Thank you so much. You're making me blush. Speaking of Ricky, where is he? He was in the loft and then it got too hot, so I think he's inside. I'm gonna find a way to incorporate these eyelashes because I think that they're pretty and they speak to me. Even if it's really subtle. Even if it doesn't make sense. No, kidding. It's gonna make sense. I just don't know how to do it yet. Stretch. Stretch the shape. There we go. Secondary shapes. Secondary knee. There we go. I do teach, and I promise I explain better than how I'm talking right now. I am just having fun. You were watching a professional 3D artist that doesn't have to create for anyone other than themselves right now. And this is what it looks like when I do it. Sater says, Mia, answer my question from before. Ah, it's okay. My mods are allowed to talk to me like that. Where's your question? Rudy says, what do I do with Ricky's kneecaps? That can't be it. Sater says, Mia, actually, I've wondered about that before. How often do you create for you? I don't. As of right now, I don't. Which, I mean, like, okay, listen. With every piece that I create, it's a little bit for me. I love what I do. There's a reason why I built my business around, you know, D&D and high fantasy and the kind of requests that I get. But when I sit down and just create like this, no. I haven't done that in years. Yeah. Also, Sater, if you don't submit something, I will be devastated. 100%. Day ruined. Festival closed. Canceled. And Ricky's like, I'm here. I escaped. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. All right, let's keep on going. I feel like that sounded so sad when I said like I don't create for myself. I don't know. That made me feel sad. I do, but like not like this. Like, I don't know. It's always about business. Stonks. I really want a house, guys, okay? All right, these arms are not as freaky as the rest of her. Let's get them freakier. There we go. That's better. Do you know what this is kind of reminding me of? It's kind of reminding me of, what is it? Truth? From Full Metal Alchemist, Brotherhood. At the very end. Okay, if this is a spoiler for you, like seriously, this has been out forever, okay? But anyway, Full Metal Alchemist. Spoilers for the end of Full Metal Alchemist. God. But yeah, it's kind of reminding me of this at the very, very end. Truth, but specifically all of the hands. Yeah, okay, they're black in this. That's right. Weird little stumpy hands. This is what it's making me think of, though. Yeah, specifically when it tears them apart. Yeah. Yeah, she's not a savior. Yeah. She is no longer just forgotten from like her family or the whatever she served. No, she is like a forgotten one. She is end times and reckoning. Oops. Meant to make a protector, made an eldritch horror instead. Oops, all eldritch horror. Kind of continuing with this diamond shape here. This is reminding me of Yu-Gi-Oh! For some reason. I don't even like Yu-Gi-Oh! That much. My husband does. I like this shape. I'm gonna duplicate it and do more stuff with it. What am I gonna do with you? I don't know. What if I... You. Come over here. I'm gonna mirror and... No. I'm gonna mirror and weld you. That looks cool. Polish by features. Ooh, that's nice. And then I'm gonna... I don't have enough twist in this. Stand. What? Okay. Stretch. And then I'm going to add a twist modifier to this and see if it creates a shape that I like. I know it's going to twist it, but I don't know if I'm going to like it or not. I don't know. I have mixed feelings about it. It looks like a cocoon. Ooh, it looks like a cocoon. Ew. And with these wings, it looks kind of moth-like. Ooh. Okay. Also, what is Spotify playing? Time to Escape by John Chen Fitzgerald. This is weird. Okay. Well, guess what? I don't have to 3D print this, so I get to do whatever I want. These are background pieces. We're gonna have decorations. Oh my gosh. My heart sings. Yes. So it's like a moth lord now. We now have moth elements. Those are cocoons. And yes, therefore full of people. Always full of people. Gross. What the fuck? Yay, this is cool. I'm having fun. Eloa, do I win yet? Not that I think that this is that good. I'm just... Okay. That came out tackier than I expected. Next. Yeah. The end of Full Metal Alchemist was intense. You don't have to put on the red light. Oh, because Roxanne. Yes. Bunny said maybe this is motivation I need to start writing again. So I'm gonna can we all just spam Bunny with yes, please? Yes. That would be amazing. Okay, this is cool, but it's not asymmetrical, so therefore it does not speak to me. Okay, we're gonna take this, we're gonna duplicate it, and then we're going to make smaller instances of it, and then get another mirror and weld moment in here, because I love me some mirror and weld. What if they had a diagonal element to them instead? Ooh, yeah. Okay, center. Nope, I don't like it. No diagonal. All right, we're gonna move these farther away, squishier, and then we're gonna make these smaller as they move up. Yeah, that's what I wanted. Oh yeah, it's all coming together. And now I'm gonna duplicate this, grab just one piece of it. Okay, also, I am not going to cook this hard every day for this prompt, or this summer art fest, okay? I don't know what's happening right now. I'm like being possessed. Don't worry about it. I never create like this. Yes. I appreciate you guys hyping up Bunny. Thank you. Because I'm never joking when I say that. I quite literally mean like, go do the thing. All right, yep, these C shapes are a win. How can I incorporate these without being too... Ooh, okay. Oh my God, this is so much fun. And yeah, I really want my students to watch this though and pay attention and like see how I can create stuff like this quickly, and notice how much I undo things too. Like I'm not that in love with any one idea that I do. I'm always changing things and iterating it to see if I still like it. It's got to pass the rule of cool over and over and over again. And if I don't like it, I get rid of it. And if I'm bummed out that it didn't work out, maybe I'll write that down on a piece of paper and I'll incorporate that for a different project. Yeah, that's cool. Ricky says, how do I win the art competition? Ricky, you have to submit stuff too. Like, that'd be so cool. I didn't think about that. Ooh. Eloa says, Mia, for you, Mia, I actually have a few things I'm looking for with your submissions that are basically small challenges. I believe you're close to hitting one of the hidden criteria already. Cool. Eloa says to Ricky, the Art Fest isn't about winning. It's about uncovering yourself as an artist. Yes, expressing yourself. That being said, 10,000 pounds, PayPal, and it's all yours. Ricky's like, what is that, like 10 US dollars? Jesus, spoken like a true American. Woof. Oh no. All right. I want a color accent thing to happen, and I want it to be weird, and I want it to be cool, and it needs to be gold. Ooh, that's nice. That's a heart. Aw. This is going to be gold. This is definitely not gonna be 3D printable, and I'm vibing. I'm here for it. All right, time for some poly paint. Let's get some depth in here. Let's get some cool stuff. I'm gonna hit C to grab this color and then just darken it a bit. And let's put it on the bluer tone. There we go. So I'm gonna add some gradients just to make this thing really pop. I'm gonna do it in 3 dimensions. And by 3 dimensions, I just mean like 3 different color tone shifts. If that didn't make sense, I am picking a darker color twice. And I'm just adding this to places where I think there needs to be more separation so it reads more clearly. So it's not even about like actually putting a color scheme on this. It's really about making it read better. So that's why I'm making the shoulders a bit darker so they separate from the wings behind them, and vice versa. Or sorry, behind the shoulders a bit darker. Eloa, I can't believe you have secret criteria. That's so fun. Oh my goodness. I'm so glad you're doing this and that you're in charge. And if I don't figure it out, if I don't stumble across the following criteria, like don't tell me, because we're definitely doing this Artfest again. I will have more chances to figure it out. I guess not figure it out. It's not a puzzle. Oh, I immediately take it so seriously. All right, let's get some asymmetry in here. I feel like not making something 3D printable was one of the secret challenges. I could make this 3D printable. It's not right now though. All right, gold is kind of a hard color to get really bright. So an easier way to do that is just to pick a new material. And I never do that. Ooh, fun. Okay. What if I just picked a new material entirely? I always sculpt with the same material on. That's cool. That actually looks really good. The whole thing in gold is kind of a vibe too. What about droplet? Oh, it's so shiny. It's got to be a material in standard because otherwise I can't like render it and play with the lighting and that would make me sad. So it's going to be something down here. I'm probably just going to pick skin shade still, but mess with all of my settings a bit more. And then Paint says to Mia, that's me, look at Discord, it gives me major vibes. Yeah, I will. Ooh, ew. It's like the symmetry of it and the looping and the amount of arms. Yeah, no, the vibes are vibing, for sure. Cool. Gross. Thank you. So something I'm trying to do here that I never do is fill up the entire canvas, and that's been a lot of fun. I think this object, if twisted, would look really cool. So let's subdivide it once so it doesn't completely explode, because I don't think there's enough resolution for it to do what I'm trying to make it do. Center this, not taper, my bad, twist. Please don't explode. There we go, that's really cool. I don't even know what this is, I just think it's cool and looks nice. All right, now I'm going to color this and incorporate this secondary color here, which is like this gold. Maybe I'm gonna do a green instead. I haven't decided. It's so desaturated. That's my only complaint. The vibes are vibing though. But yeah, I wanted to add a little bit of this purple into these. Yeah, that's cool. Yep, it's purple. That's the other color I wanted. Why are you not working? Thank you. Cool. Neato. Awesome. Ray says, she missed my question. Oh no. Ray says, Mia, what's that ZBrush thing that makes one mesh fit onto another? It is called Matchmaker. It is, click on B for the brush palette, M, and it's somewhere in here. It's like right here, but it's called Matchmaker. Here it is, right here. It's very finicky, but it's pretty cool. All right, this is cool. I'm almost done. Yeah, that was fun. Let's make the lighting fun. All right, we're gonna turn off the secondary light. We're just gonna work with the primary for right now. Let's kind of put it off to the side, nice and dramatic light. Increase the ambient inclusion and the intensity without it blowing up, please. And then for the secondary light, I'm going to pick a purple bounce instead of my usual warm. And then I'm going to increase the intensity a lot just so I can tell like where it's coming from. Okay, turn off the main one. There it is. Move, please. Why are you making the whole scene purple? Oh, because the ambient's really high. Okay, there we go. Okay, I think it should be underneath the model. That would make the most sense to me. Yeah, that kind of lighting. Okay, very nice. I kind of like it less with the shadows cooked. I kind of like it better like this. But yeah, well, that was fun. I never make stuff like this, just kind of like from a prompt. So again, this is all part of our Summer Artfest, and that was hosted by our lovely Tavern of Night and mod Eloa. And the words for the day, again, or for the day, sorry, for the week. Let me make sure I grab these correctly. It is forgotten, masked, and mechanized. So when I was creating this, I just went to Pinterest and typed in forgotten, and I grabbed things I felt like were inspiring or had the vibes that I wanted. And I liked this one the most. I thought I was gonna make a sentinel that like protected a family that is no longer a thing, and then it became more and more eldritch horror as I went, which you can kind of see in some of the references that I have here. Those are all the references that I grabbed, and then I made this. It's like a cocoon moth eldritch horror thing. These are all cocoons, and then therefore people in them is my thought. So yeah, I went with forgotten and masked. Technically mechanized, maybe. I think it ended up being too organic to really go for that. But yeah, you can pick one of the prompts, all of them, none of them. No, just kidding. Pick one of the prompts, please. And you can go with any art form that you want. So obviously I picked 3D art, unsurprisingly. But you can write something, you can knit, whatever you want, seriously. Oh, Ian's back. I just came back to hear Matchmaker. Yes. Yeah, Matchmaker is super cool. I didn't end up using it for this specific model, but it's very, very cool. If you, like, remember I showed you guys how to make, like, filigree with Shadowbox? Anything that you create from there, you can then fit to armor pieces or whatever using Matchmaker. It's a really strong combo. But yeah, this is what I was inspired to make today. I don't plan to go this intense. This took about 45 minutes of just kind of playing around, and that brings us to a 4-hour stream, which is about right on the money. All right, if I have to submit this in the art chat, I feel like I need to export it and actually do the thing. I usually render in Keyshot, so it feels weird to do this in ZBrush. Let me play with the scene a little bit more. Let's go like really heavy on the ambient occlusion. I don't think I want blur. Okay, at least a little bit of blur. I'm going to increase the shadows a touch here. If I really wanted to have fun with this, I could go into the BPR filters and then create something custom. but I don't think I'm gonna go that insane. It kind of smooths it out for right now. I kind of like it without any of the rendering right now, just because of how harsh I have the lighting. It's kind of, that is really cool. I can always play with some of the renders under render set. There's a lot of fun default ones in here. Radial overlay tends to be one of my favorites, but there's a lot of other ones in here that are kind of off the wall and neat. I wonder how the oil paint one will look. Oh, like, that's so eerie and cool. What? I love that. And you can make your own. Like, everything you see here is just using BPR filters, which is best preview render. Again, go to render. I lost it. BPR filters. Here you go. And you can turn all of these on. There's 12. And then each of these have, see, I just turned something on. Bam. Click on it. And then you can change, these are all the filters you have. So if you're familiar with Photoshop, really any 2D program, you're going to recognize a lot of these. Anyway. Ooh, the chromatic one suits this really well, I think. Yeah, that's going to be the one that I settle on, I think. Cool. I like it. So this is my submission for our little art festival for Forgotten and Masked. Sater says, Mia, did you see my comment about making a terrain piece? I did not. I could. I definitely could. This is fun. And not designed with 3D printing in mind. It wouldn't take very many tweaks to make it 3D printable, but yeah. Elo says, Mia, great submission, but I must say you are one single tiny thing away from hitting your challenge. No worries if you want to save it for a different time in the week. Oh, I don't even know what it would be. Probably lore? No, I've given it a little bit of lore. I haven't given it a name. I don't know. I bet it would give great hugs. Look at all those arms. What a lovely approach. All right, I'm gonna go to document, export, and this is just exporting a picture. Again, a lot of like new ZBrushers get confused. When you go to document, they have like save and save as. That is not saving your 3D model. That is a picture. Go to file, save as, or tool, save as, but not document. Never document. It's just a picture of your 3D model. I traumatized myself early on. Okay. We'll call this, I have to name it. What are some name ideas? Celestial space horror names. Short. Name generator, let's go. Nexus, Umbra. Umbra's a good one. We're gonna go with Umbra. Umbra the Forgotten. Sweet. And then when you do export a document, you can actually further come through here and change some of the contrast, general spooky stuff. Let's up the contrast. Let's be even more drama. Yeah, that's all. That's good. Okay. Sweet. And this is under Summer Art Fest, so this will be my submission for at least today. I'll probably do more throughout the week, but we'll see. Sweet. Spoopy. And then without the filter on it, because I think it's fun to screenshot the whole thing as well. Reminds myself what I made on stream. Cool. Did I not follow the rules? Oh, Mia, follow the rules and ping me with your submission. I immediately did not follow the rules. Oh no. Where is that? That makes sense. I don't see anywhere here you said I have to ping you. Upload your weekly art submission goodness in the channel by Sunday with an Eloa. Yeah. Nope. You did say that. Meep. I got it. And then Ian says, if you accidentally save as under document, please make sure to click save the tool when prompted. Yes. Yes, Mia the rule breaker. I'm sorry, Eloa. And then I'll put this under bonus art of the day. I'm very impressed that I wasn't the first person to submit. That honor goes to Paint, who made a custom stat block for a forgotten toy, a lost jester toy. This looks amazing, by the way, like beautiful formatting. Love it. Gorgeous. That was fun. Okay. Neat. Don't expect me to go this insane for every submission. I might just make like a shirt in the future that's like overgrown and stuff. I don't want you guys to think you have to be this intense with your submissions. Just make something, anything. Like seriously, like grab a piece of paper, scribble. And if it feels forgotten, masked, or mechanized, upload it. It's part of the festival and like this art fest. The whole point is to get you comfortable with sharing your art. I don't know. It scratches something in your brain when you submit something, and it kind of like encourages you to keep making more. So take advantage of that. All right, I think that's a wrap. We're going to move into last call. If you guys have any questions or general final comments, now is the time to make them because the stream is ending. Oh, and just a little review here of what we did today. Again, woo, amazing summer art festival, day 1. I will save this and I will have a bunch of these. I'll call this Summer Art Fest. And I'm saving it as a ZPR because I'll be able to have multiple tools with each one being a different prompt. Beautiful. All right, and then we'll review that goth pirate that we did, who came together really, really nice. I'm very, very pleased with this. Again, early 2000s inspired goth, but also a wizard and also a pirate. It looks like she's straight out of Bloodborne. Yeah. Wow. When did I make all this? Cool. Very happy with this. Oh yeah, these straps are just a demo for a student, but they're still stuck to her, and honestly, it kind of works. I might incorporate them. Neato. Ian says, glad I caught the ending. Same. Glad you stopped by. Thank you, thank you. This is a very fun stream. Feel good about that. And so a lot of my streams recently have been productive and I get a lot of stuff done, and that's great. But just a reminder, like, you don't have to be productive to have a good art day. Just because I'm writing off and like finishing projects or whatever. Someone said earlier, I think I sorried them. They were like, how are you so fast? And I'm like, I have done this hundreds and hundreds of times. You know what I mean? So like, if you look at the end of your day of art and look at how much you made to feel good about it, that's going to work in the short term, but you're going to burn out, or you will likely burn out eventually. You really got to enjoy like the day-to-day of it. Like this model, I just like moving her hair around. I like the literal bit of like fabric folds here and the filigree thing. Like, it's like the actual sculpting part that I get satisfaction from. If I only got satisfaction from finishing the model, I would not still be doing this as a full-time job. There's just no way. Because there are some weeks where life happens, you guys get this, and like you're not going to make anything on time. And it happens. As you continue to work and build healthy habits and stuff, it'll happen, less and less, and you get more productive and more consistent. But that only happens because my focus is enjoying the process, not trying to fill a box. Does that make sense? Same thing goes where if you're like, oh, like did a project make enough money? It's a very slippery slope. So just be careful that you check what you're measuring for success, especially in the long run. Yeah, great kickoff to the art festival. 100%. This is fantastic. Oh, I miss Seder leaving. Bye, Seder. Awesome. All right, y'all. I will see you tomorrow. This is a great Monday, great kickoff. I'm excited to see all your guys' submissions. Get cooking. Again, it can be any skill level. Don't be shy. Show your art. We will hype you up. It'll be great. Okay. until tomorrow, I'll see you then. Bye!